dream. Welcome everybody to the penultimate round of the Altibox Norway chess tournament, coming to you live from the Stavanger concert hall, where hopefully there won't be any concerts today, but Peter Svidler is here to tell us all about the chess action. Game of the day must be Aronian Carlsen, right?
Yeah, it's the big one, and we've been saying this about Magnus's games for the past few days, but what is true is true, yeah. And Levon is the last hope of the gen pop of this tournament, so to speak. If Levon fails in his quest of beating Magnus today, the tournament, I mean, saying it's over is a bit harsh, but Magnus is white against Pavel Eljanov in the last round, and if he only needs a draw with white in the last round, he is very likely to achieve that. So yeah, we'll see what Lev comes up with, but there are...
Let's jump right into it.
Yeah, let's start. Let's actually start with that game. Lev is... Lev continues to employ this English opening / Reti kind of a mix.
I'm telling him every day it's a bad move. He should go 1 d4, but he never listens.
There's also an issue, I mean, for me personally, starting with this move order, I could never really figure out what I'm supposed to do after c6, but...
No, that's the principled argument. Like, it's one of my standard speeches. A lot of people go c4, e5 here, but then if white goes g3, knight f6, bishop g2, at least you're forced to play a setup with d5 or with c6, but you don't have these bishop b4 lines. Therefore, the bishop b4 guys, I like to start with knight f6 and meet knight c3 with e5 in order to go bishop b4.
Yeah.
If white tries to avoid that with g3, normally the point is here not to go e5, but to play c6, bishop g2, d5, which sort of cripples the bishop on g2. But of course, this is yet another branch of theory that has been employed at the highest level, knight f3. Black has a choice between d takes c4, the main move, and moves like bishop g4, which Carlsen has employed in the past, or bishop f5 are...
Yeah, there's obviously lots of options here, but yeah, for me that was probably the biggest issue in this position, and I wonder if Magnus and his team agree on this. He's still thinking, and he might go for something else. Obviously, all the other moves are still very much in play. You can play e5 and then switch to d5, getting probably some version of the 4-knight English. Although in those positions, white could try and look for small subtleties by starting with d3, keeping the knight on g1, aiming to maybe take on c6 if the knight appears on c6.
Knight c6.
Yeah, I'm just illustrating. Yeah, obviously knight c6 is an inaccuracy, but even here white could continue making waiting moves and forcing black to...
Yeah, all of this stuff has been played. Rook e8,
sure.
Sort of a chicken game. Who goes knight f3 first in order to go knight c6. Your boy Grishuk, he played instead of bishop e3, I believe knight h3, which is another extra option white has, preparing some f4 down the stretch. So yeah, there's some added nuances, but it's not considered to be the end.
Yeah, and also of course Magnus still has the option of playing e6 and transposing to positions very close to what happened yesterday in the game between Levon and Pavel Eljanov, although here it will be slightly different because Pavel had this, I think, with the knight on g8, right?
Yes.
And so this will be potentially much closer to what we discussed with Lev and Pavel during the post-game press conference. Sure. Here, first of all, there's c6 and b5, which I mentioned yesterday whilst we were covering Aronian Eljanov, and also there is this position, which is very well known in theory, and well,
Black is supposed to equalize as always, but it's a position and it's a line that Levon is capable of playing, has played in the past.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big choice for Magnus, and of course it continues after knight f3. There's also bishop e7. There's lots of lines still on the table, but the principled way to exploit this move order is the move 2 c6.
Yeah, this is probably the sharpest and the most critical reply. Lev himself plays these positions with black. I've had this against him in the candidates in Huntim and Sisk. There was also a game between Vladimir Kramnik and Levon Aronian in the candidates in London, in this structure in particular. So Lev has been known to do this from the other side of the board, so he is very familiar with all these positions.
Of course.
Feels very comfortable with them, and perhaps Magnus is trying to figure out which of the options available to him will be least expected / least pleasant for Lev to face. We have, whoa, this is very curious.
What is this?
This is Vladimir Kramnik at his quirkiest.
Well, you could argue Harry started the quirkiness with 2b5.
Yeah, but d3. This is a game between Vladimir Kramnik and Pintala Harikrishna in which Vladimir started with knight f3, no more 1e4 for him. e6 is already an interesting idea. I'm not quite sure what Harry is trying to avoid by playing e6 here.
I think he might be dabbling in some stone walls and is waiting for white to play d4. Because after knight f3, f5, there are lines like d3.
Yeah, d3 is definitely a move there. It's supposed to be very strong, actually. It's supposed to half refute the... Well, you can switch to these semi-Latvian gambits here, and probably you should.
No, it's a line, but also if you want to play the stone wall, normally you want to wait for white to play d4, because if white goes c4 here, or g3, you can't really go f5 and then d5.
Yeah, and this is amply demonstrated by what happened afterwards. After g3, Harry, and quite quickly as well, which is, I think, an important detail, he goes b5. And the white's next move is, frankly, a little bit surprising to me, because I understand it's a tempo, but black generally is not really that unhappy about having to play a6, because it's, I think, part of his plans in most cases. Black doesn't want to play b4 straight away, but playing a6 and replying with b4 to a4 is very, very normal in these positions.
Yeah.
And white is now committed to playing with the pawn on e3, which I don't think is, you know, such a great joy.
I trust Kramnik though. I'm not sure what he wants here. Maybe it's a4. Maybe he wants to switch to b3.
Sure, no, he doesn't do these things lightly, but I'm still, you know, very curious as to why he thought this was a finesse worth employing. But yeah, this is the position on the board, and Kramnik is now thinking one option, you know, a logical option at least, would be to play a4 here, because after c4 in particular, you know, with the pawn on g3 already, black, I think, is incredibly happy to take on c4, and this makes very little sense for white with these holes on the king side. And if after e3, a6 you completely ignore the pawn on b5 and switch to just bishop g2, bishop b7 castles, once again, I don't quite understand why you played e3. So it's probably something connected with the play against the queen side, like a4, b4 and something, but I'm not sure what, to be honest.
Yeah, me neither. You could argue, yeah, as I said, if you want to go b3 and then a later c4, normally black goes b4, but there it's kind of a waste of tempo to have a6 on the board already.
Yeah, that could be true. Yeah, something like I don't know if you want
b7, c4. And here if you take pawn takes, this is more double-edged, because some knight c3, rook b1 will hit your bishop. So the standard reply is b4. And then a6 is less useful.
Sure, and Vladimir played bishop g2, but b3, c4 is still very much on the menu for later. But let's return for now to the Aronian Carlsen game. Carlsen does play c6, bishop g2, d5, knight f3 is on the board. And yeah, there's plenty of theory here as well.
Yeah, dc4 can get very sharp. Magnus in the past has played bishop g4 here, I recall one game. Bishop g4, knight e5, bishop e6, where he didn't have any opening problems. This is a line, cd5, bishop d5, knight f3 back, and c5.
c5 creating a square to return to c6, sure.
It's very solid, so maybe Levon after bishop g4 will switch to what you did against him, the cd5 stuff.
But that is supposed to be very, very solid for black. Yeah, I played it with white because I couldn't really see much choice for myself, but I remember feeling less than happy when this was what Levon employed against me, because I felt I will be banging my head against the wall there a little bit. I did get in that game I had a chance at one point to sacrifice some material and get a very playable position, but I passed it by, and the game ended in a draw.
Yeah, you do get the two bishops though, so there is something to work with at the very least, but it's not supposed to be much.
Yeah, it's a very typical structure which arises from a number of openings these days. From Slav you occasionally get this structure. These reti positions lead to this. Without the pawns on c4 and c6, black has a very clear plan of development. He puts this knight here, plays e6, bishop e7, castles of course, and then the knight from f6 goes to either e8, d6 or d7, b6 to support the queen side, aim towards the c4 square.
Very similar to some Catalan lines as well, at least if white goes d4, knight c3, e3, castles, bishop d2. It's around equal, but white has something to hope for long term. And Magnus surprises us by going g6, get to your territory.
Yeah, this is very curious, because this is not supposed to be particularly good because of b3 right now. And Levon blitzes out b3, unsurprisingly, because, you know, this is a finesse which has been known for a while. By doing this, and not, let's say, castles bishop g7, b3, which allows knight e4, and white will have to play d4. White is aiming for positions where he has a double fianchetto and the pawn still on d2, and he will not settle the position of that pawn for a while. Bishop g7, bishop b2 will be on the board in a second. I myself, on a number of occasions, played dc4, bc4, c5 in this position. But it is an important tempo, and in particular in a game against Vasily Ivanchuk in a European Club Cup some years back, I think it was in 09, but I'm not entirely sure. Vasily played knight e5 here, which could be a very interesting move, with the idea of meeting both knight g4 or knight d7, it doesn't really matter, with a strange move knight d3. And if bishop b2, knight b2, white gets a strange fianchettoed knight. But the fact that black had to exchange the pride and joy of his position, the bishop on g7, is very, very relevant here. But yeah, I don't think Magnus will go for this. But
it's not his style, but it's not so easy how to develop here.
In a recent rapid tournament, I played this position with white against Konstantin Sakayev, who is now much more a coach than a player, but he's still very, very theoretically minded. And he played b6 against me in this position, and I failed to get anything at all. I think it looks
d3.
Yeah, but you're not in time to actually get this. I think the game continued. Yeah, d3, bishop b7. I played queen c2 to play e4 next move, and black just plays c5, and after c takes d5, Konstantin took with the queen, and then went, I think, queen d7. And this is very, very comfortable for black, because give black a couple of more moves and he will be slightly better. If the knight, let's say, lands on c6 and white still hasn't done anything, black gets a very, very comfortable Marat-Bind type position.
Yeah, that looks fine.
Yeah,
you go knight bd2 maybe instead of queen c2.
Yeah, but then once again, the point stays the same. Black plays c5, and you either trade all four pawns on the d and c files, or you allow d4, which is also not very attractive, or you play e3, and once again you're playing a position where it's very hard to understand why you're better with white. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if Magnus played b6 here, but we'll see.
Of course, after b6, white has the option of switching back to Sebs with d4 as well, if he so chooses.
Absolutely, but yeah, still, it's margins are small here, and Fabiano Caruana has been playing b6 even against sort of the classical exchange Grunfeld, where white gets, let's say, in a position which has been played for ages here, where people would automatically play e6, knight fd7. Fabiano revived the move b7, b6, which I think he told me was first played by Smyslov in the 50s, and then was properly forgotten by everybody. This position is not dead, I will say this much, but here white has a number of options. I mean, immediate bishop g5 is, for instance, an option, which is an important move, because in many cases white is well served by trading this knight for this bishop for this knight on f6 to create more pressure against the black d5 pawn. Whereas here the bishop is already on b2 and not doing very much.
No, sure, but you haven't had to exchange on d5 either, so it's a position.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying draw has to be agreed immediately, but I'm saying that my current thinking, and I haven't really done much research on this, but the game against Konstantin Sakayev, it did make me somewhat interested in the move b7, b6 here. Obviously, not to the extent to actually do any work on that subject, but I'm curious.
You made a mental note.
Yeah, and it's stayed a mental note now for about almost a year, actually.
Yeah, I know that thing when it comes to buying milk or whatever. So let's wait for some moves and let's go through the other games. For example, MVL against Topalov, both on +1.
Yeah, MVL's been very insistent on trying to prove the Berlin is not the death of chess. And another subline, and one we actually I think discussed when we were talking about his game against Pavel.
Yeah, I always mix up the move orders if they start with bishop d7 or bishop e7, but it comes down to similar things.
Yeah, so here Pavel played bishop d7, rook d1, bishop e7, and this is the reaction we discussed, I remember, when Pavel was playing against MVL, that white can sometimes play g4 and and then bring his knight over to f3 with tempi. Bishop e7. This is, I suppose, all still theory. This is maybe this position where they get lots of pawns for the knight. No.
This is Kayaki and Carlsen, for example.
Yeah.
Bishop g5.
That's what I thought.
h6.
h6, knight f7. They go rook e8.
I forgot how it goes. f4.
f4, bishop e6, knight h6, gh, and
f5, bishop f5.
Yeah,
like or something like that.
Yeah, that was how the game went, and black did make a draw in that game. But yeah, that's supposed to be a critical line of some sort. Although I don't really know. I've seen that game. Maybe I even played in that tournament. To be honest.
Yeah, we're not really Berlinophiles on this program, so take everything with a grain of salt. Rook d3, I'm not familiar with.
Might be
logical enough.
Yeah, might be a proposed improvement from MVL.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I guess the point is if black plays h5, which looks like the most natural reaction, after bishop g5, hg, bishop e7, gf, rook a d1, it seems to me like black is losing a piece because rook d8 is mate if the bishop goes.
Yes.
So that would be the tactical justification, because otherwise h5 would more or less creep.
Well, after bishop g5, there's still bishop takes g5.
Sure, but once again, you will have trouble with your kingside structure here. Rook a d1 comes very, very fast here. I think both.
So hg, just.
What? hg, I even have a very pleasant choice. I think this might be. No, hang on.
Rook f8.
Rook f8 I'm very happy with. I'm more worried about rook h3, to be honest. This I think should be completely winning for white, no?
I missed this, so I will take your word for it.
But rook h3 worries me slightly more, to be honest. But might also be very, very good for white. Rook d1 takes, you have to play b6, and I play something like king g2, king g3, and
yeah, looks unpleasant.
Looks potentially quite horrible for black. So yeah, I don't really expect h5 to be played, at least not based on this very preliminary analysis, unless f6 works. But once again, MVL has been doing this instantly, so he obviously worked out all of these complications. So if this is a surprise for Veselin, I think playing h5 is, well, from a practical standpoint, very risky.
Sure.
Because
so what do you do, like b6?
Yeah, you play b6, or maybe you stop bishop g5 altogether. I would consider playing something like h6 here, although I understand it's very slow. Because b6, I think you might have trouble meeting bishop g5 properly, unless bishop c5, maybe. Rook d1, bishop e6, because you now have the b7 square for the king.
b6, bishop g5, f6. Does that work?
Well, I think you will have the same issues as in the original position.
Could be.
Could be, you know. I mean, if you have to play bishop d8, you're probably not very happy.
Yeah. MVL came up with yet another Berlin idea. Almost defeated Magnus Carlsen with very tricky sideline he chose against the king e8 h5 setup. And today's line, I'm not sure. I can try to research if rook d3 has already been played, but it does look like it at the very least caught Veselin off guard.
Yeah,
it's not an easy thing to do, because with black everybody has the Berlin as their main weapon. They choose their subline, so to surprise them in that very limited territory.
Yeah, it is quite impressive. Yeah, and also just to mention, you sort of mentioned it in passing, but yes, the most important game in the tournament context is Aronian against Carlsen, but these are the guys on +1. So if, let's say, MVL wins, and we are for now talking about him winning because he is white and he seemingly is the first one to do something new over the board. If he wins, he moves up to +2. And if Magnus only draws today, we'll be within half a point of him with a game to play.
I just looked it up. Rook d3 and indeed your move h6 has been played, amongst others, in a game between Wei Yi, the Chinese prodigy, and Ding Liren, the Chinese #1, a game which Wei Yi went on to win, but there is high-level predecessors. Also, Ray Robson played it in again against Shimanov, so people have been doing this before.
Yeah, and h6 actually has been played reasonably quickly by Topalov, which would suggest that he's not unaware of this idea and is, after a pause for, thought and recall, is now back on familiar territory potentially.
Even though Veselin has been complaining that his recall is less than total these days, he keeps mentioning, maybe half tongue-in-cheek, that he's working less on chess and that his memory is not where it used to be and all that stuff. But he's doing well here after horrible candidates. He's on +1. And whoever wins this game today can very much still catch up with Magnus Carlsen with the last
and
win.
if Vesselin wins, he will actually be white in the last game. I mean, MVL, even if he wins, he will have black against not an impossible game to win, but still black in the last round. Vesselin will be white.
You think it's easier to beat Kramnik with white than Grandelius with black?
No, but Topalov Kramnik games are special.
Of course.
There will be something definitely to look forward to for tomorrow, because this is probably the biggest grudge match in existence right now, and they take it very, very seriously, both of them. And
White has normally been doing quite well.
White is killing it in their games. Vladimir has won a number of games recently with White. A very nice one in the European Club Cup in Skopje last year, most notably, I think. But not only that one. And Vesselin also has spilled his share of blood with White. So yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting storyline for tomorrow. But that's for tomorrow. 2 more games we need to comment on.
Eljanov, Li Chao.
Okay, let's start with
London
this one.
systems? Nah, let's ignore that one. I don't like the London system.
This is a very strange approach to a London system. I don't mind London system, but
Bishop d3 is what they do? Actually, I looked at this once. It's not that dumb. After bishop takes d3, sometimes even cd,
I think
and it's a weird position.
Yeah, you take with a pawn and then you start expanding everywhere, using the fact that the e4 square is now firmly under your control, and maybe e4 later on, and maybe h3, g4 expansion, because the center is very solid.
It's not so clear what black does. Black goes c5, then sometimes you can run into trouble after just dc5, and rook comes to c1 quickly. So yeah, it's not as innocuous as it looks.
Yeah, but
how scary can it be?
Not very. And yeah, let's go back to that when the structure is more settled, because there's a limited amount of things you can say at move 5 in a position which so far has been, I mean, half a move ago it was very, very symmetrical. So
sorry, Pavel, you lost us on move 3 there. Time out.
Not entirely, yeah, but a somewhat surprising choice from a player
who's classical dude.
Yeah, very, very classical in approach, and also a very, very hard worker. Lots of theoretical knowledge, lots of sort of wide and deep theoretical knowledge. Worked with some very strong theoreticians in his time. Most notably was Boris Gelfan's second in a number of tournaments. Yeah, not an obvious choice for him, but I guess after yesterday.
Again, the London system, we might have to come around to accepting it as a valid opening. A bunch of serious theoreticians have been playing it. Grishuk started it, then Anish Giri has done it. Vladimir Kramnik has done it during this tournament. All of those guys.
And I remember people on Twitter were very upset when we forgot the name of Gatakamsky when listing the London system.
No, but I was explicitly listing theoreticians. I don't think post-comeback Kamsky can be considered a theoretician.
No, but he is very, very prominent among people who actually brought it into sort of the forefront of people's consciousness.
Yeah.
But he's been doing he's been always playing it somewhat slowly. Grishuk's approach to...
With him, you had the feeling he was doing it to avoid theory. That's what I'm saying. Well, I think these guys are doing it because they think there's a chance for an opening advantage.
Yeah, no, that is fair. And the final game of the day, the final game we come to, last but not least, is a game between Anish Giri with White against Niels Grandelius, who...
You were on scores duty today. I noticed that Anish has +4 and 1 draw against Niels, so 4.5 out of 5. They've met in the past, and it hasn't been pretty for Niels Grandelius.
Yeah, this is not a head-to-head matchup Niels seems to particularly enjoy, but not that relevant right now. I think Niels has been, there are sort of 2 storylines about Niels' tournament so far. One is a 1.5 out of 7, and the other one, he is probably the most positive person we've interviewed post game. He's always come into the booth, laughing and enjoying what just happened. Even yesterday, I lost like a small half bet against you, because I thought he'd be much less happy after the game. He failed to win yesterday against Li Chao, but he was still his usual ebullient self, bubbly and laughing and seemingly very, very happy and content with life.
Do you use ebullient and bubbly in the same sentence?
I regretted it the moment. I mean, immediately after doing that, I thought, what the hell am I doing there?
Oh, I commend your command of the English language there.
Well played, sir.
Anyway, let me talk about chess openings. That's my hobby, my one true joy. So the semi-Slav, which Anish plays a lot himself. The biggest theory discussion, even though I normally play bishop d3, in recent years here has been knight bd7, queen c2, bishop d6, bishop d3. But then people came up with this move. I think Vishyanan started it, and Anish very happily joined that trend, which is an incredibly solid line for black. And here after cd, e4, the well-prepared people just make a draw with black, as I recently found out myself when I tried this against Luke van Vele. So this line, yeah, is at the moment the ball is in white's court at the very least. So there's been some tries to avoid that. The first is the move bishop e2 here, which was played by Sergei Kayakin, for example, in the candidates against Anish. The point is now after castles, e5, you could argue the bishop is a bit better placed here for some of these lines with isolated pawns. Whatever, they try knight b5, bishop somewhere, d takes e, and here the bishop is better on e2 than on d3. And what Anish does, I haven't seen much. He just goes bishop e2 without preparing with queen c2.
At least not immediately, yeah.
That raises the question, what does he want to do after dc4? Because if you want to recapture, you might as well go bishop d3.
I think the idea is to play a4.
I would guess so, yeah.
And it is what happens somewhat later on.
Yeah, because bishop e2, bishop d6, that's the drawback of bishop e2. This is a bad move after bishop d3, or at least questionable, because white goes e4 instantly. But now you don't threaten e4, so you have to play somewhat more slowly. And after castles, queen c2.
Yeah, we're back in the position you were describing there earlier when you were talking about Karakin.
But there's one more difference. Not only is e5 slightly less clean, after dc4, the main line, one of the biggest tabias out there, is this position, which has been seen in literally hundreds of top-level games, both bishop d3 and bishop e2. Even you and I know a little something here.
Or at least, in my case, I used to know a little something about this. Yeah,
I just had it on the board. Was very off-topic, but it's an exciting line that is also topical, so I'll show briefly. This is one of the latest fashions. Crazy stuff like this. And us white space barras are trying to find a small advantage here, but you can even do stuff like that with black. Anish probably didn't want to go into anything too forcing where black has very good chances, and he plays a move a4, which slows down the play. Now there's no longer b5, so you normally switch to setup you've been employing in the candidate stuff with a delayed c5, cd4, ed4, and some IQP position, right?
Yeah, although with the knight on... No, you probably actually would take on d4 with the pawn almost everywhere, but the d takes c5 here might be a move. In some cases this is not entirely equal. I'm not sure what Anish was planning there, but
I doubt it, because there are theoretical lines with, let's say, bishop takes c4, a6, a4, c5, and even here dc5 is considered to be totally harmless, so I would guess that's fine for black. But what was my point? At some point, first of all, I'm a little surprised Niels goes e5, because e5 it's a riskier IQP structure.
Yeah.
Here you better be in time with all the moves you want to make, or you can just get run off the board.
Yeah, and it's very important, I think, in the structures that the queen is already on c2, because black would very much like to have the bishop on f5 to cover the king side. The position they have on the board here is knight b6, bishop b3 already, and it might not look like that right now, but it is potentially very, very sharp, and black occasionally finds himself under severe attack on the king side, because bishop g5, knight e5, all of these moves...
It's very fast. Knight e5, bishop g5.
Let's say knight bg5. I think knight bg5 kind of has to be played immediately. Yes. And if bishop g5, bishop e6, and you should try and... I mean, here, let's say...
Knight e4?
Knight e4, bishop e7...
Some jumps to knight b4, maybe, at some point. Because I thought knight c5, but then knight b4.
Really?
And even sometimes knight c5, bishop c5 is not so
This I am... Oh no, this doesn't work. Yeah, maybe, but even this, like, let's say queen c3, but knight fg5 now is... Yeah, I'm not sure.
Seems to work.
I'm not sure. And also
my other point, after bishop e7, knight c5, bishop c5 is normally quite tenable for black.
Yeah, because queen c5, in particular in this position, this is a very typical tactical shot leading immediately to a perfectly fine position for black. And if white has to take with the pawn, even just a quiet
somewhere
move,
a5, nowhere.
Black is generally not doing all that poorly here. No. But if you do give white a tempi or two, you might just find yourself, for instance, a very typical idea you have to watch out for. If you want to prevent the pin on g5 and you play h6, you in many cases find yourself in a great deal of trouble in a position like this, where you could just, like a typical way to get mated would be something like this, with immediate resignation. Not a particularly difficult idea to find, but still, you know, a nice one to show occasionally.
Yeah.
After knight f6, you're probably better off playing bishop f5 if you don't want to lose on the spot. But even this might actually not be very good.
Normally you lose stuff like this, I can't calculate, but it tends to end badly.
Yeah, this doesn't work anymore because black has bishop g7. Otherwise, the same tactic would have still be winning. But yeah, it's interesting to calculate. But all of these positions, at the very least, are horribly risky for black and might, in some cases, just lose by force. So yeah, after bishop b3, you already
knight b5 is forced.
Yeah, you already are under severe pressure here, and there's no time to waste, is what we're trying to say.
So let's go back to this knight b5. Yeah, this position.
Knight takes d5 is, it would be something with the pawn on a2. With the pawn on a4, black generally holds, I think. Knight d5, maybe even take with the pawn to be more solid.
Why not bishop takes?
Because I'm kind of annoyed by queen f5. Although maybe without too much reason, but I'm somewhat annoyed by this because I think black might get, you know, the pawn on g5 might actually fall because of some tactics here. Even
there's lines like rook e8, bishop f6.
I already can win it. I'm not sure if I need to this early, but it's already a possibility for white to just pick it up for nothing. So yeah, this is why I thought maybe taking with the pawn to keep the pawn to a square on f5 under control is maybe a wiser choice here.
Yeah, and here, that's your point, that pawn on a4 is very bad because the bishop on b3 is a target to rook c8, queen b6 stuff and so on. So it's
but still, this pin is a bit annoying, and maybe you can lay claim to a small advantage here for white. But yeah, it's not going to be a lot.
And also, is this a move?
Well, yeah, but
okay,
queen takes, I guess. Yeah, you want to go knight e4, knight g5, I suppose, but queen g6 might be. I know. Queen on c2 is not hanging. So queen e7, knight e5, g6, I guess, rook fe1. Bishop f5 is a move, right?
Seems to work, no?
Yeah.
Don't like it.
Queen d2.
Yeah, but then.
But yeah, that
didn't achieve my main goal.
Yeah, that already is a bit vague. Given queen f6, yeah. This probably isn't particularly great for white.
Take, even queen takes looks fine.
Sure. Well, I don't think there's any even about it. I would take with the queen here.
Although,
yeah. Although in this particular setup, fe6 followed by rook takes f3 is also not a stupid idea. But we're getting carried away. We expect Niels to play knight bg5. He hasn't yet, but it still looks like the most sensible idea in the current position.
Yeah, it's a little worrying. No, it's not surprising. You're thinking Anish went out of his way to choose sidelines, both his bishop e2 stuff and then the a4 move. I'm a little surprised he went e5. To my mind, c5 is more critical, but that's also without having done a lot of research here. But knowing nothing, I would normally choose such a position because I feel it's a little easier to play, maybe.
Yeah, b6, bishop b7, perhaps followed by, you know, if you get all of your moves in here, you're never going to be in a lot of trouble.
No, of course you have to know stuff in such positions as well, but normally
but here, it feels like e5 and bishop b7, black should hold without too much trouble, because black is arguably even maybe slightly better developed.
We shall see how Niels reacts, but he's taking time here against the ever well prepared Mr. Giri. Shall we go back to these dudes? Are they playing your stuff?
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised / flattered. Although, you know, I can't really, you know, this is not my variation, but I played it more than once against stronger position. I played it against Boris Gelfand at least once, played it against Vasily Ivanchuk with decent results. But yeah, did not expect Magnus to go for it because it is a tempo. And of course, if white plays d4 here, it transposes directly into the Grunfeld that Vladimir Kramnik himself had against Giri in this tournament. But the whole point.
Curious, like, do you think Magnus knows this stuff? It's not his normal black repertoire, at least.
No, but
maybe he does.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he has a fairly decent memory, and you would think, you know, even if he doesn't know all the forced lines starting with Queen b6 and knight e4, which, for instance, I recommend in my videos, he definitely can recall the Kramnik-Giri game.
No, for sure.
In which Giri was perfectly fine. So I guess he felt, okay, if this happens, I will just repeat what Anish did. If nothing, you know, if I can't remember anything else, which is not a given at all. But there's a sort of a fallback plan to just repeat what Anish did against Kramnik, because, you know, in particular against Kramnik, I think Anish was very, very unlikely to do something stupid. Because you know, Vladimir is very well prepared and also very capable of punishing.
Sure, but Anish mentioned that, yeah, in order to make this line work, he had to work a lot and sort of finish the position, as he called it, because it looks worse and everything had to be checked. But sometimes I make the mistake of thinking that because Magnus Carlsen doesn't always play mainline theory, he doesn't know mainline theory, but he normally does. He knows more or less everything. He just chooses not to do it on occasion.
Yeah, it's a common mistake to think that he is playing these occasionally, at least, because it's also not been true really in the past year or so.
No, I've mentioned that he's become a lot more theoretical and mainstream.
Sure, but even when he doesn't, it's not really because he knows very little. It's because he chooses offbeat openings to maybe maximize his chances of outplaying his opponents. Anyway, this is the position on the board. Lev unsurprisingly played d3. Also, as I said, playing knight e5 here immediately, I don't know if Lev is aware of that game, it's actually not a stupid idea at all, because what you want to do with white is stop knight c6. This is by far the best square on the board for this piece. And stopping knight c6, black's generally trying to play knight c6 followed by rook b8, b6 and bishop b7 to sidestep the potential jumps of the f3 knight, because after, let's say, knight c6, knight bd2, you cannot play b6 right away because you lose the exchange. But if you play rook b8, let's say knight b3, b6, you feel like you're more or less out of the woods here.
And rook b8, knight e5, then you jump somewhere, d4 or whatnot.
Yeah, this is something that needs to be paid attention to. Sometimes maybe you start with queen c7 or queen d6. I think my game against Gelfand went knight c3, knight c6, knight a4, queen d6, bishop a3, b6. And this looks scary, but seems to, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be playable for black. I apologize.
Good. So d3, Lev on, yeah, probably didn't really expect this variation, just plays logical moves, d3, knight b2. But knight c6, knight b2, yeah, I like this queen c7 move just to prepare b6 maybe even immediately.
Yeah, I think, let's say, if white makes another waiting move of some sort, I don't know, rook b1 or something, you can now play b6 because knight e5, bishop b7 is just fine.
No, looks perfectly fine, actually.
Yeah, and you need to stop this, actually, because if black achieves this setup, the reason I've been playing this when people played this double fianchetto against my attempt to play the symmetrical Grunfeld is that in this position, d4 would transpose to something I analyzed extensively, and I believe that this structure is inherently very healthy for black, and it's just a matter of tempi, more or less. If black survives the next three moves without the pawn on c5 coming under severe pressure somehow, he should be doing quite well. And it is really a question of, let's say, knight c6. Is knight e5 a move here, for instance?
Probably Levan has to do something like this, huh?
But yeah, here two pairs of knights come off, which actually, I think, compared to the position I was describing after knight e5, let's say knight fd7, knight d3, takes, this knight is still a problem for black, because after knight c6, white could maybe even consider taking it, and also this knight on b1. I don't know where these arrows come from. I wasn't drawing an arrow from b1 to b7. This knight does come to c3, and, you know, if you play queen c7, your queen will have to watch for knight b5, knight g5 all the time. So the fact that, let's say here, black can play, let's choose a square, e8, d6 maybe, or actually g7, e6, d4 maybe. Knight c3. Once again, it's a little bit concrete because rook b8, queen a4 is very awkward for black.
Is it? a6?
You don't really want to play a6 in these structures. But yeah, maybe. Rook b1, I don't know. Not horrible, but I think a little bit of something for white still. Like rook b2, rook fb1, knight d5. The b pawn is slightly weakened here. So if knight c6, I think knight e5 could be a very, very principled try. I don't know. Maybe black can do something about it in a more concrete fashion, but
I don't see how. You go knight a5 or whatever. I'll just play queen c2 and there's no.
There's also knight d2 b3 was annoying me a little bit, to be honest.
No, I was worried about knight ft7, knight d7. You can just take.
I can just take anyway. Well, knight g4 might be an issue. Knight gf3, but that's maybe not what white wants. Yeah. So let's say queen c2. Yeah, queen c2 is a good move here.
Yeah, no, knight a5 looks bad.
So this raises the question whether queen c7 is an idea.
Bishop e5,
yeah, but bishop.
Some game of chicken. Who loses more tempi?
Yeah,
maybe just go back.
Actually, yes. Just go queen d8 here, and say to white, if you want to develop your knight on b1 now, I will play knight c6. Let's say knight bd2, knight c6. Maybe you can make an argument that white gained a little something by placing it on c6.
This is fine.
Something like, I don't know, queen c1, b6, queen b2. But yeah, it feels like whatever white gained by doing this is not really very much, and the fact that black is now fully established on the queen side is much more relevant.
Yeah,
so
queen c7 could
maybe,
be more.
yeah, maybe queen c7 is a bit of a finesse black could try and employ.
We'll see what the world champion comes up with, but he's thinking he isn't blitzed out. Knight c6. So
knight c3, maybe with the idea of knight c6, knight d5. But even this might be okay, no?
Yeah.
Although
probably. Exactly this. Weird position, I don't know, but if I don't lose immediately, I'll be happy.
There's also, you know, for not queen, sorry, that's a misclick. Like something like this could be playable, but
that looks a little worse, or a little shaky at least.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it. Rook c1.
Rook c1 or queen b3, or even maybe knight d2, keeping more material on the board. Yeah, that doesn't look particularly happy for black. Queen d6, e4 is also not something I want to play. So no. Yeah, already a choice for black after d3.
Well, knight c6 is the move you play in a blitz game, but then yeah, you have to have a plan after knight e5.
Yeah. It is important to know exactly what you're doing against knight e5, and if you don't have a solution to it, you probably look for a move instead of knight c6. And also I have to say that d3 seems, I mean, it doesn't look like much, but it does seem like an interesting amalgamation of the two plans. As I mentioned, Boris played the immediate knight c3, knight a4 against me here, and Vasily Ivanchuk tried stopping knight c6 straight away. And Lev does a little bit in the middle. You know, he doesn't play knight e5 straight away, but he doesn't play knight c3 either, keeping the option of playing something to e5 later on. So it's potentially a more flexible move than both of those two.
Yeah, that's also, man, I think the first move that comes to mind if you don't want to go d4, so maybe he doesn't know his position, he's just making normal.
We'll ask him, but yeah, I wouldn't be horribly surprised if this wasn't still some sort of, you know, at least half-cooked home prep.
I think there's some secret Armenian files on this line.
You can never rule anything out completely. And you were absolutely correct about Kramnik's approach to this position. The point to including e3, a6 was doing what he's doing right now. And if white plays for this kind of a setup, e3 is generally a very useful move because it supports d4. White will obviously recapture on d4 with the pawn, not the queen, and definitely not the knight.
I'm not 100% sure about that. Probably in this position,
I think so. I think so, because I mean, especially swapping of the bishops feels very wrong to me.
Not so sure.
Creating this isolani on c4.
Sometimes there's some direct stuff, but probably not here. With the pawn at e3, sometimes queen f3 is a move, but yeah. I guess queen f3, rook a7 is no big deal.
Rook a7 or I mean, if I feel very pressurized, I can start with queen c8 even.
Yeah.
So that I can play knight c6 next move here.
No, these positions are kind of normal, but normally with the pawn still on e2, therefore, yeah, I think this plan doesn't go well with.
That's the move. That's the move Harry came up with, and that is, frankly, an unexpected development.
It feels wrong at first sight.
Yeah, your first reaction is you're not developed well enough compared to White to be doing this, but Harry is still playing reasonably fast, right? So I'm curious.
So let's think. CB5 for starters. What's going on?
Well, you take bishop a6. This is not really.
That's the tactical point.
That's not really what I would be worried about with black.
No, it seems to work. Therefore, yeah, DC5 opening the position is.
Yeah, DC. I'm already curious. Yeah, maybe this is the point. But it looks horribly dangerous, like queen b3 is a move, rook b1 is a move, all of these things need to...
I'm not sure about b4.
Also knight a4. What did you mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I take on d1 or just bc4. No, this I don't like.
Why?
Not sure. On general grounds, cb probably.
I'm trying to make an immediate draw of some sort.
Aren't we all?
True that. But maybe here White can take.
Yeah. The takes or take on d8 first. I'm not sure.
Yeah, here I'm less certain about this. And actually, I was wrong about Harry playing fast. I checked with the clocks, and Vladimir has an hour and 23 left against an hour and 9 for Hare Krishna. So Harry already,
more like it.
Yeah, Harry already spent half an hour
on 70 minutes on d5.
Yeah, so I was way off about Harry's time management here, which is once again kind of relevant. So yeah, dc5 is your sort of first port of call because cb5, knight b5 is not very good, seemingly. cd5 allows simplifications. I mean, sometimes these positions are
this is not
as harmless.
Not harmless at all. Huh?
Yeah, but still, you might want to get more than this. This is a kind of a fallback option White has more or less always. So you start by looking for more, and if you don't find anything better, then you go for this.
So all these tricks with b4, bishop takes, bishop g7 in the air.
Sure.
b4 normally you go bishop e7, so it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But sometimes there are tricks like that.
Just briefly, let's return to this because we've spent 10 minutes explaining the intricacies of this position, and players seem to still follow. At least Lev seems to have gotten the memo today. Knight e6, knight e5 is on the board in the game Aronian Kramnik. I keep on calling him. I already called Magnus Kramnik once and Grishuk once today. I don't really know what's wrong with me.
But that's showing the biggest amount of respect you can for Magnus Carlsen.
That is also true.
Names of your Russian compatriots.
I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment.
So yeah, knight c6, knight e5. I guess you have to take, actually. I can't come up with a better move. There's knight d4, knight a5.
Knight d4, e3, I can't find a square, and knight a5 just doesn't look right. So you take and then you play something. But what that something is I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
You can play knight e8 and try to weather the storm. But it feels like you are a little worse.
Yeah, I think, I'm taking White hands down here. Knight c3, rook b1, queen a4, White's and he goes knight a5.
It does.
Instantly. So we thought queen c2 was the move to make here. But maybe he wants, with the knight on a5, maybe he wants something like either in the immediate rook b8 or maybe queen c7 followed by rook b8 and then switch to that plan again. Let's try this here. But yeah, but this is what I meant. This is the kind of a plan that was kind of bugging me.
Oh, this looks bad.
Yeah, this precise position just feels like black misplayed it horribly and is much worse. But of course d6 is not forced at all. I mean b6, I'm sorry.
Still looks bad. Maybe knight d7 or whatnot, but you're always getting one.
No, if you want to play knight d7, you probably should do it here. So let's see. Knight d7, bishop b7. Followed by bishop c6.
Okay. win a pawn.
Can you? Yeah, you kind of can. Yeah, takes. Takes, check. Let's go, let's say king g8, queen b7. Yeah, if white gets knight c3 and without black, making any hang on. Queen bishop h3, rook c1. Yeah, white's pawn structure is so solid that, it does seem like black's activity will be very limited.
What do you need? Rook c1 and some queen d4?
To have knight c3 against queen d4, yeah, I think.
Knight e2 then.
Sure, but I like it on c3 better for some reason. It's more active, and although maybe you're right. So yeah, queen c2, and the question still remains. I mean, maybe after knight d7, you can take on b2 first. Maybe this is slightly more precise. Queen takes, bishop takes d7. Let's say knight c3, you play bishop c6, but once again, it's awkward. So maybe rook b8 here.
Yeah, it feels like you're not quite in time to neutralize everything.
But I'm not too many moves off, to be honest.
No.
If I go bishop c6 next move, I will already start feeling more confident about my position. And I just want to say that if black manages to trade the knight on d7 for the knight on c3, either on the d5 or on the e4 square, without changing the structure very much, I think black will be fine.
Didn't get that part.
Like knight e4, b6, followed like by my immediate plan after that would be bishop c6 takes.
The bishop, sure.
Did I say knight?
Yeah, I was confused. Which I thought you meant the earlier knight d7. But
No. Here, I mean, if the knight comes to d5, I'm less sure about this plan because I think white will take to the pawn and he will have a very strong center. But on e4, I would definitely be aiming to trade it off for the bishop and then play queen c7, knight c6, and black is fine.
Yeah, could be. Also, queen c2 was a more or less random move, which made some sense, but maybe the position is direct enough that one has to, assess a lot of nuances here. Knight c3 obviously is a possibility, for example.
Yeah, but I think it might make black's life actually slightly simpler.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like it.
Knight d7.
Tension on the long diagonal is probably in black's favor.
Yeah, you could go back, but then it's not clear what you've achieved.
Rook b8.
Yeah, and if you take, it feels a bit slow. It's not, like rook b1, bishop c6, knight d5 maybe, or actually I need the queen. I need to take on b2 with the queen, so it's probably queen c2, bishop c6, knight d5. But yeah, it's not a lot. It's
bishop c6.
It's not force either. Yeah. Sure.
Even knight c6. I'm not sure what's going on.
Similar things, but maybe here you can go knight d4 and e6, and then once the knight goes back, then you start considering your moves like bishop c6 again. Yeah, it feels very solid for black.
We'll see. It feels like this is a big-ish moment for Levon already to find some precise move in order to keep black under a bit of pressure. Yeah,
let's briefly return to other positions. Niels does play what we thought he must play, so we'll await developments here. I think the ball is in Anish's court right now. He has to choose a plan here.
Yeah, some plausible moves, but we couldn't see anything devastating. Bishop f6, knight d5, knight e4, all makes sense, but no more.
And in the Berlin, the position is now after rook d3, Veselin played h6, king g2, c5, king g3, and rook e8. Both sides are just calmly improving their position so far.
Yes, king g2, king g3 it tends to be very useful for white just to stop h5 counterplay forever, and also down the stretch. If you get the time to remove the knight, play f4, f5. That is your long-term goal.
Yes, but
that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, black still has his long-term trumps as well. The two bishops, mainly the two bishops.
Yep.
Because I wanted to say the majority on the queen side, but that with the double pawn on the c file, it's a majority which is seemingly not as important here.
Still. It's nice to have. I'm just checking where they deviated from the trodden path. But it looks like king g2 is new, and MVL also spent 12 minutes on it, which is a little strange because we've been praising his anti-Berlin work generally, but rook d3, h6, as we mentioned, this is still apparently the main line played in high-level games, so maybe this one he hasn't expected for today at least.
Yeah, we're not sure. Anish plays a move we did not really consider. He played a4, a5 here, for instance, allowing knight b4, but I guess the point is, among other things, that in this position black can no longer play a7, a5, supporting the knight on b4, and all kinds of ideas with knight c3, e4 are now a bit awkward for black to face. But I mean, knight b4 is far from forced here. You can play. I don't know if black needs to include h6, bishop h4, but it's an option. Rook c8 might be an option, preparing for potential captures on c5 or d5.
If you have no direct move, then a5 is sort of useful.
Sure.
Yeah. h6, bishop h4. We didn't gain much, do we?
Not to my immediate.
F4, but that looks even slower than knight b4, so it can't be right.
g5, bishop g3. I don't really see why this would be good for black. So.
Yeah, Anish tends to know his stuff.
Took him 10 minutes to play a5, but that also is not really an indication of anything.
No.
I mean, it's probably nothing very drastic, and black's position still looks perfectly playable, but...
Yeah, in general looked like he wanted to avoid a sharp theoretical debate today and just get a strategically complex position with this on the board, which is understandable, but it's also a strange strategy for him to choose, because he is so well prepared. I thought his goal number one would be to kill Niels in the opening, and if that doesn't work, then you switch to plan B. But it looks like he's sort of foregone plan A and started with plan B.
Yeah, it does feel like that a little bit, but still, I mean, he feels confident enough in his ability simply to outplay Niels in some kind of a complex position, and for a fair game to him. We'll see what Niels comes up with here. It's more or less every single move here has some merit. You can try playing the queen somewhere to unpin yourself, since currently all of black pieces are working reasonably well together, and if you can sidestep that pin, it could be useful, because then you can try and simplify.
What about bishop e7? Is a6 a threat?
I'm not sure. You kind of need to consider this, maybe even.
No, that just doesn't
followed
work,
by knight takes a6. So yeah, bishop e7 is a possibility once again to avoid not avoid, but neutralize the pin and maybe aim for simplifications later.
Knight e5, maybe even a6.
Yeah, knight e5, rook fe1 is a possible reply. I don't know. Lots of moves for white as well, and I mean, rook e8 makes some sense, h6 makes some sense, something like queen c8, unpinning yourself is the machine's suggestion apparently. So
many options.
Sure. We were complaining about the London. We are no longer complaining about the London, right?
I'm still complaining. I don't know this position. It's 9 moves in already. Give us some theory to talk about. So g4, fe5, de5, I'm assuming is the idea?
Yeah. After bishop d3, Licha decided that, you want the symmetrical boring position. No, you're not getting that.
That move is good. I've seen this before.
Knight bd2, and he played bishop d6 here. But in this position, Pavel somewhat unfairly broke the symmetry by taking on e4 first with the bishop. Black took with the pawn. I'm wondering if
bishop takes, play it safe.
If this wasn't more prudent, but maybe he was worried about this. Although,
why?
Yeah, queen h5 maybe, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like. Although maybe this is not that bad actually. Knight c6, c3. Because after f6 I have queen g7.
Couldn't I take on d4? I'm very greedy.
Takes, let's say I go rook d1.
I might get punished for my greed.
Black needs to stay on the long diagonal because queen g7 would win otherwise, but feels risky. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it, obviously. Knight d7 or knight
97
c6.
knight f7 is worrying me. Knight c6 probably, but yeah, it's a weird position. Could be playable, I mean, for all I know, but weird position which could also be quite decent for white. Even something slow like knight takes e4, because it'll be a while before black can castle here.
Sure.
And
Didn't happen.
Yeah, instead of that, Li Chao went d4, knight e5, f6. g4 has been played, and here he's taken on e5 and played simply bishop e7, g takes, e takes, and a very, very weird structure arose. God damn it. What's wrong with me?
That's okay.
Let's make a
rose is a rose.
Yeah, by any name.
I'm trying to figure out who's out of book and why, but looks like maybe both are.
Yeah, I
spent
think
10 minutes on knight bd2 already, so
I think both are is a fair guess.
And yeah, Li Chao also has been taking time. So this is fresh territory for both players. And I wouldn't be surprised if the position after g4 has never been disputed before. No, it doesn't look like it has.
Well,
who's better and why?
If black finishes development, I'd pick black, to be honest, because the pawn on e5 will then become a target more than a strength. And also, let's say, if I play knight c6, queen d7 and castle alone here, I think structurally black is doing fantastically well.
But if black doesn't finish development, you pick white.
But if black doesn't finish development, he gets mated, I guess. So
let me rephrase. Will black manage to finish development before he gets mated?
My first impression is yes, although I think maybe something like knight b3 makes sense here, to go knight d4 later. Try and put immediate pressure on... what are these arrows? Horrible.
If I develop my own knight, knight c6?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to meet with knight d4. At least creating this... I'm probably forcing you to take, because allowing knight takes c6 is ugly, and...
I like to exchange things.
Let's exchange things.
What's going on here? Queen d5? Why am I worse?
You're probably better, so that question makes no sense.
Why is Pablo worse with white?
Well, because you cannot immediately play c4, and if you cannot play c4, black will play long castle next, put pressure on the d4 pawn, and then starts...
No, fully aware.
Yeah. No, this has been misplayed by white. Maybe f3, but f3 allows bishop h4 check, and...
Rook g1? You go g6?
Rook g1, g6 I think generally just improves black's situation here, because yeah, g6 is very much part of black's plans here. Yeah. Supports the structure.
True that. Yeah, I got nothing, looks fine for black.
I'm kind of actually leaning towards f3 as a move, because at least it creates immediate problems for black to solve.
So ugly.
I'm aware, but it's a concrete position. You can't really dilly-dally for too long. Okay, in other news, Lev played a more refined version of what we were discussing, queen c1 instead of queen c2.
Same idea, probably smarter for whatever reason, maybe some queen f4 and some line after queen c7.
Or maybe, you know, in some lines the black knight was returning to c6 and then jumping to g4, so he's sidestepping all that. And generally it's probably a slightly better square with all the same ideas. We still feel like, what was our current favorite? Queen c7 or knight d7 immediately?
I cannot remember a single thing we've said ever since we started this show. I did make one joke about command and command, that's the only thing I remember.
No, that was very well crafted.
No, seriously, I can't remember. What did we want to do? Queen c7? Looks normal.
I think we were playing... it probably makes sense actually to wait for the knight to come to g2 and only then play knight d7, so that it doesn't go to c3, g5. So yeah, starting with queen c7 looks okay, although can this ever be a move, or your suggestion actually? Creating this...
I wasn't sure. There's knight h5 and I'm not sure where I go. What do we want there?
Not sure. Maybe nothing.
Even if the knight goes back.
Yeah, even knight f6 creating an immediate idea of knight g4. It doesn't seem like white actually won time. It feels like maybe he lost time. Yeah, queen c7 is playable, knight d7, knight d7, and bishop b2, queen b2, bishop g7. I think we had this position.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, this is also playable for black, although you probably think white is slightly better here, not by a lot, but a little bit better for white.
Fair enough. Kramnik has gone for this almost symmetrical position, well, symmetrical-ish pawn structure, but it's something that might be close to its heart. Close to his heart. You get such stuff out of Queen's Gambit accepted quite often, and he sort of tortured even Garry Kasparov and the likes in the old days in these almost symmetrical positions where...
Yeah, also in Catalan occasionally you get this pawn structure, and the fact that the pawn is not on b7 but it is on b5, it means that, let's say, if the queens come off and the light square bishops come off, this knight occasionally aims via either d4 or e5 towards the c6 square, and
sometimes a4 is a little awkward after ba, rook a4. Sometimes, it always depends. A6
I think you generally start by playing bishop b2. No, I mean, he's still thinking, so I'm sure there are alternatives.
Maybe he's considering knight e5 or some boring stuff.
Yeah, knight e5 or maybe queen c2 with the idea of playing e4. But I'm not sure if this is such a great achievement.
Feel like an e4 position with the bishop.
Like knight d7, e4, bishop b7. You're killing off
black here already.
Yeah, I think this is just wrong. You don't, unless, I mean, there's some tactics, but here I don't see any tactics. Rook d1, rook c8 is seemingly quite comfortable for black. Like knight e5, bishop d4 would be a mistake.
Tactics.
Yeah. So yeah, we expect bishop b2, but Vladimir is a very, accurate and methodical player.
What about knight e5?
Knight e5 I will take and probably play. Well, actually, maybe even takes f6 is reasonably okay for black now. Knight d3, bishop, let's say back to e7.
Yeah, it's very little. a4 would be normal, but you take it, or knight c6
Knight c6 straight away, and if you go knight f4, I thought king f7 was reasonably comfortable for black, followed by knight c6 against anything.
Yeah.
It's very important that white is not in time to occupy the c-file before black establishes the knight on c6.
One more move here, I'm almost winning. But
yeah, but here I think black is favored to hold this. Although even this might be a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still think black should hold this somehow.
Still looks very Kramnik-esque.
Sure, no doubt about that. But yeah, I mean,
if it's a draw.
Yeah, I'm taking the draw here, but
rook takes, bishop takes, and
knight d3, and yeah, my plan was to just play bishop e7, and once it comes to any of those squares, snap it off, play e5, king e6, and claim that my position is.
Still, f4 of Anderson would be excited about this position. Bye.
Sure, but he generally, rook d8 is quite strong here. Also, even if I just do it, in the most boring way imaginable, I'm probably still not losing this.
Agreed.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see
he's
what.
Probably gonna play bishop b2. I was just curious if you can go for slightly better endgame grind mode immediately.
Pavel played rook g1. We expect g6, and I guess maybe he just felt that he puts the rook on an open file, and also maybe in some positions having the rook on g1 means that you don't have to think about g5 anymore. So.
Yeah, the computer likes white, rook g1, g6, queen e2, and long castles.
Yeah, no, but that's what I was talking about. It becomes, very, very tempo based. Like, let's say knight c6. I'm not sure I should allow queen c4. Let's start with queen d5, actually.
Yeah, long castles anyway, maybe.
Knight c6.
You're not taking the bait.
No. But I'm kind of worried nonetheless. Knight b3, queen e6, and I think I'm one tempo short. I think queen b5 is very annoying here. With a pawn, let's say if white plays king b1 and I play a6, this already I would feel reasonably comfortable about. Although maybe...
But queen b5, you didn't consider king f7?
I did consider king f7, but...
Okay. I didn't, but that's a computer move.
Yeah, I thought I could take on b7 here.
But then you didn't consider a6?
That I definitely failed to consider.
One for team computer. Might not be good. That's the problem with it.
Yeah, why are you feeding me computer lines which aren't any good? Magnus,
Well, you might win the queen. Queen c7, rook a7, queen b6, rook b8. It's trapped.
but yeah, there's knight d4 which saves the queen.
Rook
Yeah,
a8.
there is a huge, big, seemingly ocean liner outside our windows, or at least it was there a moment ago.
Still there.
Yeah, called Britannia. So all this talk of saving the queen reminded me.
It was a segue that was way over my head.
Britannia ruled the waves. Britons will never be slaves, and all that kind of stuff.
No idea what you're talking about, but I know you're an Anglophile.
Yeah, that's my cross to bear.
I feel I have to educate myself now. Britannia ruled the wave?
You misspelled Britannia.
No, I failed with the first word, but
Yeah,
Google tends to figure such stuff out.
Yeah. Anyway, whilst Jan is bettering himself,
Not sure about that. There's a TV series called Rule Britannia. How could I not know that? Anyway, explain some stuff.
yeah, stuff. Magnus played Queen c7, which is a move we mentioned in passing. We thought it might be decent because, yeah, if White has to play knight d2, which is what Lev did more or less immediately, I think it's an achievement for Black because c3 is a better square for this piece. And after knight d7, immediately I think the knight would definitely have gone to c3 and not d2. And here you can start, but you can play knight d7 now. And,
What does he want? Does he want to play this takes? Guess takes. I was wondering if knight b3 was anything here, but it looks like.
yeah, I mean, I take. I play
c6.
maybe even a5 to be
Yeah, I
honest.
want b4, maybe a5 is smart.
Yeah, play. But I mean, it's still maybe a little bit for White, but
But doesn't look like you beat Carlsen
No.
from here regularly.
yeah.
Bishop c6, bc, and b3 is
Even
weak.
queen takes, to be honest, should be okay. But yeah, BC and counterplay against the b3 pawn might be a better bet. So yeah, it seems like very solid for Black now. We were wondering about queen f4, but yeah, knight h5, queen e3, and maybe even knight f6 back looked very reasonable with the idea of h3. Maybe knight d7, bishop b2 might actually be very strong here. So. Knight d2 is already on the board, and I expect Magnus to play either knight d7 or maybe actually knight g4 might not be a stupid idea here as well. And I wonder if Lev maybe wants to go back.
No, Lev never retreats.
That's an overstatement. But here, I mean, I'm not that worried for Black. Let's say takes, knight c6 or bishop d7. Let's play. Although knight e4 might be slightly annoying.
Hang on, there's a public service announcement. Oh no, it's a confessional.
Is
Can't
it?
hear though, it's too far away.
Sounds like a French confession, yeah?
Sounds like MVL, yeah.
Yeah. And Magnus plays a move which we, in this particular position, did not consider very seriously. He goes knight d8. I would give very serious weight in this position to the move f4. I think it's quite reasonable to do this. Vasily Ivanchuk did something very similar in that game against me because I actually ignored the knight on e5 for a while, and he supported it with the f pawn. And actually, after that, driving it back is not that easy.
But isn't it always a mistake to move your f pawn? Maybe not here. Yeah, some questions.
In this particular position, I think f4 is very decent, and also I think it's very sort of tournament strategy appropriate because
Lev has to win.
yeah, Lev absolutely has to win if he wants to fight for first in this tournament. And for him, you know, the more complex and the sharper the position is, the better I think his general outlook should be. And yeah, I think f4 is a very good move on every count, to be honest. I think it's positionally justified, and also it
also avoids the trap that if you support your knight like this,
yeah, that would be a mistake.
you might get caught in the middle of the board.
That would be a mistake. So yeah, I think f4 is a favorite, but also retreating to f3, let's say bishop takes, queen takes, and then, I don't know, rook b1, knight e4 if allowed. Could also be half playable for White, but it does feel like you make black's life easier by doing this, right?
Yeah, this looks, I don't know, I'd still be slightly scared, but it looks like black should be in time somehow.
I think a4 with this idea of bishop c3, queen a3 almost against anything is a very critical try here. Maybe
How
a4.
do you deal with that?
Maybe rook b8, b6, bishop b7.
Still bishop c3, you go b6?
Yeah, let's check.
Yeah, it might actually work.
Because I understand it's an ugly structure change, but the bishop on g7 becomes very, very strong. Yeah. F4 has been played by Levon meanwhile.
Yep, this looks like it's going to get interesting.
No, it's a very promising game from a spectator's point of view, I think.
Kramnik, cunning as he is, has played queen e2, hoping for knight c6, e4, and another piece would get trapped in the middle of the board, even though knight d4. But yeah, that's not going to happen. And Harry has to find a way to organize
I guess, yeah, he wants to include rook d1 as early as possible to create maybe some pressure along the open file whilst there's still a queen on it.
Yeah,
maybe win some.
goes knight d7.
Yeah, win like half a tempo somewhere.
If you go queen e7, which looks natural, it's also quite sound to go bishop e7, bishop f6 in these positions, because the bishop on c5 sort of does nothing. So I'm not sure. Still, I don't see a big issue with it, frankly.
Yeah, it's yeah, I can't find any refutation of it, but
you play bishop b2.
Yeah, you still pick white
that.
a little bit here, but yeah, it's not the end of the world for Harry. But white is definitely slightly more comfortable.
Un petit peu.
Un petit peu. And we actually headed full speed ahead towards the position we were discussing in Eljanov Lichau. If Eljanov plays queen b5 here, this is the
take king b1.
You can do this now, yeah. I guess. Oh, hang on a second. Is a6 knight d4 very strong?
Yeah, the computer line was first king f7 probably.
I remember. I thought maybe I could force queen takes b7, but actually a6 might run into knight d4, which could maybe be unpleasant. Although I'm not sure. Maybe black can just ignore it. Well, I mean, not ignore it, but switch to this endgame and feel okay about life.
I don't know what it feels like to feel okay about life.
Some teenage angst being displayed there by my co-host. Yeah, slightly better for white, I guess. Although, I mean, takes c6 might be playable, but I don't know, d5 takes. If you magically transport the king from e8 to e6, black is better, but
I have doubts about that line. Also, knight d4, I'm not sure. This position smells a bit. Instead of knight d4, don't have something else. I don't know, rook d5 or not.
Well, you'll still probably put it on d4 because you don't want to trade this knight for a bishop. I think that would be a mistake.
Yeah, just lose me time.
Yeah, I don't think rook d5 actually gains you anything.
Hang on, I just need a waiting move.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, here it doesn't work because let's just demonstrate why it doesn't work. For half a tempo, it feels like white won a piece, but he actually lost a piece there. Yeah. So
watches can turn so quickly. But yeah, do I have a good waiting move? I'm not sure. h4 I would like to play, but you might just take it.
I think I'll just snap it off. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's all very unclear, and king f7 is not maybe the only move in the position black could try to make. Knight d8 also occurs to me. b4 is a useful waiting move for next move if black is forced to wait for a tempo. Yeah, well, let's not get too carried away because, as we mentioned, king f7 first might be slightly more precise, and also even queen b5 is not immediately forced.
Queen b5.
Although king b5 is by far the most natural move in the position.
Sure. Pure line was some weird stuff. King b1, a6, f3, and the computer was happy with white. But it's not the most natural way to proceed here.
I guess the point is if black takes and then castles kingside, now knight d4 is very attractive because black is forced to improve white's pawn structure, and suddenly white's position is very harmonious.
But
even here, I'm not sure how good. I mean, it's obviously good for white, but whether it's like much better
start
good.
Worrying about h4, bishop takes, whatever, rook
sure.
h1, or rook g2, or stuff like.
Yeah, no, this is all very much on the agenda, but I just want to point out that with the pawn on f5, in this positions, mate is kind of hard to achieve. You need either more pieces or at least a knight somewhere to make non-linear jumps. This bishop on f4 is not participating in the attack very much.
Non-linear jumps?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I'm just stringing words together in the, vague hope some of it might.
Don't reveal all the commentating secrets. Yeah, queen a6. He's going to go queen b5 and king f7.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely than not. Yeah, more likely than not. And Niels goes for a combination of the two moves I mentioned after a5. He played h6 first, and after bishop h4 he played queen c8, which, as I mentioned, I briefly glanced at Jan's screen, and queen c8 was the first line at whatever depth we have on the website.
In the last 5 minutes, my screen was looking up the translation of Rule the Waves to French. Not sure why I had to research that, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to chess stuff. Queen c8.
No, it's a very useful move because first and foremost, you unpin yourself. You support the bishop on e6 so that now after bishop takes f6, you can safely take with the knight. And bishop e6, queen e6 is perfectly comfortable for black. And also you create the idea of bishop e6 f5, which might be very useful in many positions. So I quite like this setup. I'm not sure if you needed to include h6, bishop h4, but it cannot be a large mistake.
The looming knight b4.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Niels has done the impossible and won the opening battle against Anish Giri.
Yeah, it does feel like he should be reasonably comfortable here. But I mean, there's a full game ahead of us.
Of course, but this position, yeah, it's strategically easier to play with black. White has to come up with ways to make black's life uncomfortable, and I don't see one.
Not immediately. Yeah.
I mean, bishop f6, knight f6. You're probably not losing with white, but only black can be better.
Well,
also there's bishop f5 here, just for the record.
Whoa, that is potentially important because I was about to say that here maybe we can play h6.
Yeah, this looks like a drawish.
But yeah, even something like d5, rook fd8, rook ac8. Black
has no problems.
Yeah, black is reasonably well positioned to deal with this. Yes, he is forced to change the structure, and maybe this opponent's e6 doesn't look ideal, but it will be well covered by pieces. So.
Absolument.
And in the Berlin endgame, there has been some somewhat mysterious developments, at least for me. In the position after rook e8, MVL went with c4, a5, a4.
Oh, but that's always bad, because you have to go b3 later, then everything gets exchanged, and black wins some bishop endgame after bishop c2. I've been there.
Yeah, and if this sounds like a horribly simplistic explanation of a very complex position, it is because it is. But
shots fired.
But yeah,
I have feelings. No, but he's really, I think he's misplayed this, and that's mainly because I see the computer gives minus 0.60, but also because it feels like he's misplayed it.
Yeah, I mean, c4, a5, a4 is very, very slow. I'm sure he's done it because he felt there was nothing really better, because, with opponent c5, let's say you play something normal like bishop e3, black probably plays something like a5, rook ag1, bishop e6, and the two moves you want to make here are both impossible.
Well, this is a textbook good Berlin position. I thought after rook d3 that he had some direct agenda, and after h6 the move played in these games is knight d4, which frankly looks a lot more threatening with some knight f5 ideas than this king g2 he played. Something has gone wrong there, because he spent 12 minutes on king g2 and it doesn't look particularly convincing. When black gets this c5, a5 stuff, yeah, I think black is fine.
Yeah, and this is what he played. He will play b3 next and then try for something bishop f4, like bishop f4, rook ag2. So black still...
I can stop b3 by going rook e2 if I were so inclined.
Yeah, that is a very, very concrete way to proceed here, because knight g1, rook c2 is horrible, so you can't even drive it away from e2 comfortably for white. And if you play something like bishop f4, I don't think I will go pawn grabbing, although it's also legal. But
possible, but
yeah, but let's say rook a6, including the last piece in the game. I don't know, rook b6 ideas, rook ae6 ideas. Just black looks supremely comfortable here.
And it doesn't happen much because MVL is so well prepared, but I recall this one game, I believe, where was it, London playoffs against Anish, where he also sort of quickly stumbled into a dream Berlin position for black. It sometimes happens to him.
Yeah, it has to be said that was a a playoff on the day where he had to
No,
play.
I'm not saying he doesn't understand the Berlin. I'm saying, yeah, if your preparation doesn't hit home, it can be strategically risky, and that seems to be the case today.
Yeah, and yeah, right now I would definitely prefer black in the position they have on the board.
Good question.
Yeah, I mean rook e2 is a very concrete move that needs to be.
Not forced either. Rook a6, b3, rook a e6. Black is better.
Yeah, rook a6. I thought you want to stop rook d6. To be honest, I wouldn't even play b3 here. I would try to play bishop f4, but this always runs into g5 as I now realize. There are no good squares left. Yeah, so you start with b3, and then rook comes to e6. You play b6, bishop c6. Yeah, black is in control here.
Smooth sailing. It's like a martial endgame, a pawn up, or not a pawn down.
Yeah, no, black is in full control here because both of his bishops. I mean, if you look at this position, let's say bishop b3, b6, rook a d2, bishop c6. This is like a dream Berlin for black.
Yep. And this is more than a play for a draw Berlin. That's in general.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, that's too simplistic. But in general, bishop d7 lines are sharper, and black is playing for a win, while king 8, h5 is more of a way to try to neutralize the game. And Topalov, if he wins this, he's on +2.
Yeah, and has a game against a very strong player, but a game.
Friend.
Yeah, but it's a special relationship, and things can happen.
Speaking of things can happen, we're done with the first segment of the show, and we're gonna hand over to Fiona and her social media corner in a couple minutes. So she's gonna fill us in what happened in the Twitter sphere. Is it Twitter sphere? It is Twitter sphere.
Yeah,
right?
it is Twitter sphere. Yeah.
Because I don't know where to find this blogosphere. People are talking about that one. I don't know where it is. We'll be back after that. See you guys soon.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 8 of Altibox Norway chess. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and today's social corner is placed under the sign of banter. It's the penultimate round here and things are heating up not only over the board but also on social media. So my first tweet is from someone who is known for his banter, Anish Giri. I didn't think anything when I saw his tweet on the West Day. You can see him there with his wife Sopiko and his second Ervin Lamy. He tweeted saying not the best result but good company and good food are the most important things in life. And it wasn't until I read today's report from round 7 on Chess24 that I noticed that Anish was, I'm not sure what he's doing, if he was trolling Hikaru Nakamura or whatever, but if we move on to the second tweet, that's Hikaru Nakamura, and he tweeted the same exact words, not the best result, but good company and good food are the most important things in life, just 2 days earlier. So a bit of history there. Maybe we'll have to ask Anish to find out what that is all about. And then yesterday, the banter story of the day was of course the novelty knight e2, which Magnus Carlsen credited John Ludwig Hammer for. And when Anish was here with Peter and Jan, he said he couldn't believe it was John Ludwig who had come up with this move. And so in the evening, John Ludwig Hammer hit back at Anish and tweeted, "Hey Anish Giri, I'm available at 1K per day, quantity discounts negotiable." So there you go, that's where things stood as of last night. And then today Anish has chosen to hit back in the confessional booth. He went to the confessional booth, and this is a tweet by Tarjei Swenson, who I'm very grateful to keeping us up to date with the confessional booth quotes. So Anish went to the confessional box and said, "I would like to thank John Ludwig and his beautiful smile for his source of beautiful inspiration for so many players." So there we go, that's it for the tweets for now. I'm quite curious to see whether there will be another response from John Ludwig tonight, but the players seem to be enjoying themselves, some maybe more than others. We'll see who will come out on top of this Twitter battle. Now onto my photos, and the banter didn't stop on Twitter. There's also some banter on Instagram, and there we see none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen. He posted a photo on his Instagram account yesterday. You can see him there on your screen. And this photo came along with a phrase saying, "Napping is the best way to spend a free day." So I'm not sure if that is more banter, saying that yesterday was actually a non-day for him. It was a very surprisingly easy game. But there you go, Magnus Carlsen enjoying his day in bed yesterday. Then my second photo, if you've been watching the show, and I guess you will have been, Peter and Jan were just discussing the ferry, the cruise ship that's standing outside the concert hall today, the Britannia ship, and there you see it. So on the left is the building where I'm sitting right now, the Stavanger concert hall, and where the players are playing. Then on the right is the cruise ship, and on the right bottom corner are the tournament cars. We've mentioned this in the early days of the tournament. Every player has his own car. Then my next photo is of inside the building. Yesterday I promised you a photo to show you what it looks like, what the new venue looks like. So there you can see that's a photo I took from the back of the concert hall. It's a very impressive venue. There are quite a lot of spectators today, and I expect even more tomorrow. So very, very impressive venue for the last 3 rounds. And then my last photo of the day, arguably the big clash of round 8, Liem Aronian against Magnus Carlsen. If I can believe the Twitter sources, it is the 50th encounter between the two. Liem Aronian has gotten some new glasses out, so it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. As for the next part of my show, I'm hoping to be joined by Hare Krishna's second Grandmaster Markus Raga. He promised me to join me either today or tomorrow. So if you have any questions for Markus Raga, let me know. Use hashtag C24Live or hashtag Altibox Norway Chess if you have any questions for me to pass on. And then before I sign off, a little bit of personal agenda. It's the birthday of my best friend Tom. So in case you're watching, Tom, a very happy birthday to you. And then I will be back hopefully with Markus Hager in a couple of hours. See you then, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back to our coverage of round 8 of Altibox Norway Chess 2016, and we start with our central game of the day, in which there have been developments, and the tournament, as things stand right now, is poised to be to have a very, very exciting last round. I mean, it's too early to say, but Aronian is definitely seriously better against the world champion right now.
Blown the tournament wide open because he's attacking a bunch of pawns, and you can't really keep them, can you?
No, I think Black will have to start parting with some material. There is no easy or even sort of any way to protect the pawn on c5. The pawn on a5, Black could maybe pretend he doesn't care very much about, although even that is not true. But this one,
really
that one you don't want to give up for nothing, and you might have to.
How did this come about? So we've seen f4, knight d6.
Yeah.
Already felt a little fishy, but yeah, Liem, after rook b8, he just went for it directly, queen a3, gotta cover the knight. b6 takes.
And knight b3.
Yeah, the other moves here, this looks interesting as well, but this is very direct.
Yeah, and just as we watch the Britannia
Oh, the boat is leaving?
The boat is leaving, yeah, and it's a great big boat. It's currently occupying the entire full-size window to the right of us.
Can we switch the camera? This is a lot more interesting than us.
Yeah, this is an incredible looking boat, but it is about to depart the...
Do we call such a thing a boat? It's a cruise ship.
I think the Wikipedia article is Britannia boat in parentheses, so it still is a... Or maybe not, I'm not sure.
So you never look at any chess games, but you study the Wikipedia article on the cruise ship outside?
P&O. Britannia P&O will get you there.
P&O?
Yeah, that's, yeah. Okay. It says cruise ship, so I was wrong, yeah, as usual. But anyway, back to chess. It seems to me like maybe the best practical choice here is to play knight b7. At least this forces white to part with his beautiful g2 bishop. But it's an unpleasant position for black. Bishop b7.
I'm like Homer Simpson, there's something happening off screen, I'll get distracted.
Yeah, queen c5, knight c5, rook b2, and hope to somehow, yeah, we are...
Waving.
Are they waving?
Yeah.
We should be waving at them then.
Mainly Norwegian flags though.
Yeah, very, very impressive cruise ship leaving the harbor right now. We're very...
Let's turn the camera.
Yeah, the camera is about to show you what we're talking about, to justify, you know, the amount of distraction it provides to your humble commentators. It is a serious looking piece of human engineering. I actually looked it up earlier.
Have you been on a cruise?
No, I've never been on a cruise, but I did look it up earlier, and this thing at its full capacity hosts 4,324 passengers and close to 1,400 crew. It's a serious looking ship.
I've been on a cruise. It's good stuff. They have good food on these things now.
And all kinds of entertainment, apparently, from what I read.
I don't know. I wasn't entertained. I was mainly eating and sleeping, but I liked it.
So, as you can see, we are somewhat justified in talking about this for more than 3 seconds, but we will go back to chess in a moment after Jan finishes taking pictures and I finish quoting Wikipedia at you.
Britannia, our flagship, inspired by our past, designed for the future. Well, that sounds wise. That's like Magnus Carlsen. Also inspired by the past, but the future and present are still his. However, today Levon Aronian is giving him a run for his money and potentially tournament victory, because this position, I know you like predictions, so what do you think are the chances of Levon winning this versus Magnus saving the game?
I think Lev is currently favored, to be honest. I think his position is good enough to say that he is favored to win it, but
Magnus has fianchetto the knight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a walk in the park by any stretch. But you take on b7, you take on c5. The problem for black is that
to take on b7, the knight is so dumb. I kind of want to let it.
But bishop takes c5 is a threat. This is a problem. If you could pass for a move, you definitely would want to strengthen your position some more.
Can I go knight c6?
You can, but yeah, let's see. What happens if I take on a1?
I want to take back because I'm well known for my positional sacrifices, but
rook
knight
a8
might also be a move.
Yeah, rook a8, just knight takes c5 or something. Yeah.
Looks overwhelming.
Yeah, look, huge positional domination from white, and you know, black looks like he might lose more material.
There's also knight c
in a hurry.
takes a5 apparently, but yeah, I want a knight c5, and it just looks very bad.
Sure. No, knight c6 is definitely a candidate here. I don't think Lev will just play bishop takes b7 without considering the other options. He does have options here, but
let's look at bishop b7, because here I wasn't sure, but that might be my undying loyalty to bishops.
Queen takes c5.
So great. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to be an endgame. Which makes you know, the strength of black bishops and also the relative weakness of the king on g1 a lesser factor.
Hang on, maybe I have to
take with the rook, I think.
Rook takes, yeah.
Yeah, queen c5, and then you have to choose between Yeah, either a4 or take rook b2 was also an option. Here I will take on c7. I thought go something like knight d4.
Yeah, it's unpleasant for sure.
Yeah, I think unpleasant is a very, very mild way to describe it. It's black is already down a pawn, and he has two a pawns, and he's down like a pawn and a half here, to be honest.
Because a pawns, they are not full-fledged pawns, since they can only capture to one direction.
Yeah, you've brought this up before,
it's
and
one of my key claims to fame that I'm the first to notice that a pawn should be worth like half a pawn, no, a bit more, like 0.80 of a pawn. But yeah, it's bad. That's
not very nice. And after bishop b7, you might have to consider something ugly like, I don't know, take on e5, take on b7 with the rook, and after queen c5, takes rook b2, and hope for some kind of counterplay against the white pawns. But I mean, it looks far-fetched, to be honest. It doesn't really look particularly promising as counterplays go.
Looks lost.
Yeah,
white has a bad structure, extra pawn, better minor piece. And yeah, you have this one active rook, but how far is it gonna go?
Yeah, if white manages to solve this one issue, I don't know, maybe even something simplish like rook f2, I don't know, bishop h3, e4, rook fb8, knight b3, forcing black to trade one pair of rooks, a4, and I don't know, knight anywhere.
No, the world champion's gonna need all his resourcefulness to make it out of this one, but
yeah,
even then,
something like this, looks like it should be a reasonably straightforward conversion for white. So, yeah, it seems like maybe queen c7 was already slightly more precise on move 9 compared to knight c6, and also in this position, I really felt like the knight on e5 needed to be either exchanged or driven back after 12 knight d2. I think knight e8, knight d6 was slightly over-optimistic.
Yeah, knight g4 maybe, but yeah. Maybe.
No, white would still be slightly better. I'm not, claiming black would immediately equalize, but I think both knight d7 and knight g4 were probably preferable to knight e8. I think knight e8's as I said, but I have the sort of benefit of experience here, because I went for a very similar position against Vasily Ivanchuk. I also let this knight on e5 leave in my game against him, and Vasily supported it by f4, and I remember very clearly just how unpleasant my position became very soon, because it's a very, very strong piece in this structure. It's very difficult to deal with properly.
Yeah, Magnus is in trouble, and this is even bigger trouble than he was in against MVL, which is the only other game I can think of where he ran into some unpleasantness.
Sure, and this makes the game between MVL and Vasily Topalov even more important.
Sure.
So let's go there. This is the position they have in that game. I mean, we're definitely sticking to our assessment that black is better, but the question is how much, I think. And yeah, I'm not sure. Precise assessment of Berlin endgames is very, very difficult for me. But white is sort of tied up, and he had to, after playing rook a2, he had to meet rook e2 with bishop d2 to at least include b3. But now his rook on a2 is locked out, and he probably wants to go knight g1 next move. But if black plays bishop c6 here, knight g1 will be very well met by bishop e5 check with more or less immediate victory, because now there's rook g2 check after f4. So bishop c6 kind of paralyzes white here a little bit.
Yeah, it's a weird move because you're blocking out your own rook on a6, but it seems to be good.
Rook e3 might be a possible reply, but I guess you take. Yeah, I guess this is the point. You take, and if bishop takes,
rook b6,
might be unpleasant. Although knight d2, maybe white can survive this.
Maybe even more cavemanish, bishop f3 and then rook b6.
Maybe, but Vesselin went rook e6 anyway, so
natural move.
Yeah.
Also good.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's logical and strong. But let's see. If white goes knight g1 here,
check.
f4. This needs to be justified tactically. Let's try and figure out how. I have a feeling it's something to do with bishop takes f4, but I can't make it work just yet. Like takes, maybe this move, no?
That's cute, at least. What's the threat? G5 and rook.
G5
somewhere.
and bishop c6, half mate. Also, you kind of need to move this knight somewhere, and like knight f3, maybe rook f6 check, or g5 check. Let's say I go g5, you take, I take back, you take.
Why is this so bad? Rook e2, you're sort of pinned, but now white is a pawn up.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but maybe white just has no moves whatsoever here. Bishop c6, bishop e4, and I pick up this bishop.
Could be.
I'm struggling to find how white avoids that, to be honest. But yeah, this is not
an obvious line.
Yeah, not an immediately obvious variation to calculate. So.
And again, Vesselin very capable of doing this. We've seen less fireworks from him in recent years. Because he's played less and he hasn't always been in shape, but he can do stuff like that.
Absolutely. Also, it's worth noting that if you don't go knight g1 immediately, you might never really have any additional chances, because
you don't have a move. Bishop c6 is next, and black pieces coordinate perfectly.
Yeah, if you allow bishop c6, all the same variations will be even more troublesome for white. So you kind of need to play knight, sort of close your eyes and go knight g1 here.
Yeah, I'm just double checking with Mr. Comp. Bishop e5, f4. There's also bishop d4 in that position, apparently, just giving an exchange.
Yeah, that also is a very nice demonstration of how dominant black is, because if you take, the same threat is incredibly strong once again. So even this apparently is better for black. So yeah, a difficult position for MVL, and MVL will need to summon all of his resources here to
that might be too
stay
late.
alive.
Like, he might be just a spectator who has to make the only moves if Topalov comes up with all this stuff.
That is true. That is true. So a brief roundup. In the Giri Grandelius game, after queen c8, Anish played rook e1. Niels played rook e8, which is on one hand a natural move, but on the other, you always want to consider either bishop f5 or knight b4, but he decided to improve his position for now. Anish played a6.
Looks like Niels, is playing it very safe. After a6, he also doesn't go for any madness with b5 or b6, but just tries to invite simplification.
I'd be somewhat tempted to just play b takes a6, but I guess he decided eventually that this position is not immediately equal, and he may be right, yeah. This looks like white could maybe have some pull.
It's also a question if he's looking for immediate egalite.
No, I don't think black can be better, at least not immediately, so...
Yeah, at least you take some risk by going b6 or b5 or not. So you play rook b8, and Anish went for bishop takes d5, which the computer is not a friend of.
This is a very concrete idea, followed by knight e4, trying to use the fact that the rook is on b8. It might get hit by bishop g3 if the bishop goes to some unfortunate squares.
b4 where it hits white's rook.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice, because in general white really doesn't want to part with his light squared bishop, and this needs to work on a tactical, tactically for it to be justified.
But it doesn't.
Yeah, I honestly, I didn't see bishop before, and I thought this is an interesting idea from Anish, but now that this has been pointed out to me, I don't know, because let's say...
The point is, if you go rook e2, let's say, then black is in time to just go ba6, bishop g3, rook b6, and you're not guaranteed to win, but black is certainly better.
However, it seems like Niels is in a believing mode. And he goes bishop c7.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the same case of sort of mutual chess blindness, because maybe he just the square may have eluded him.
It's very odd, and he's thought about it too. Like bishop c7 is fine, but bishop b4 looked very powerful.
Yeah, it's a strange choice, because I think what is needed to play bishop b4 is simply to notice it exists.
Yeah, just see you're hitting the rook, and after rook e2, the position calculates itself.
No, I
A6,
thought maybe bishop g3, but
e1.
yeah, take on e1, take on b8, and you
Worst
might
case
even.
scenario is bishop f2, but we maybe can do better than that.
Yeah, maybe this is why he decided not to do it, but yeah, as you pointed out, there is bishop f2. There's also actually bishop b4 back, which might be very sensible here, and there's always this bishop f5 threat in the air. So yeah, a bit of a misstep from Niels.
He's still weird line. I'm just once again consulting the oracle as bishop e1, knight d6. Maybe that scared him off. Bishop g3, bishop takes e1, knight d6. Apparently black is better, but at least it gets messy. Knight b4 and chaos.
Yeah, black is still fine after bishop c7, I guess, because after a, b, queen takes b7, if white plays knight c5, there's queen takes b2, which is very important.
Is black better there? Our pawns look very weak at the end of this operation.
Slightly better, I guess, close to equality, but white still has has still some back rank issues, which means that winning this pawn back will not be as straightforward as in some other positions, maybe. No, at least black is perfectly safe.
Sure.
Could be, argued that black is maybe even ever so slightly better, not by a lot, but a little bit. What else is there apart from ab7? You can start with knight c5, but then even bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5, rook e8, you lose a piece. I also started by bishop f5, but then I realized it's not really a move.
Next try, knight b4.
Yeah, knight b4 is better. Knight b4, if you take on b7, I take on c2, bc, rook.
Winning.
B takes c8, and this fork probably decides. So you have to move the queen somewhere, and then black will take.
Takes a6.
Yeah, black take with. And knight c5 has been played. I have a feeling.
Anish is gambling. He doesn't want to simplify into anything clear, slightly worse. He's pushing his luck big time, and this knight b4 looks very strong.
If Niels finds knight b4 here, his position is excellent. I don't know, what will happen in the game in practice, but objectively, after knight b4, black's position is very, very good.
Yeah.
Because if you go knight b4, white plays something like queen g2, knight takes a6. If you take on a6 here, this d5 square for the e6 bishop. Yeah, it's you would argue this is. I mean, bishop g3 is the only move to at least trade one pair of bishops, but still, black is a pawn up, and this is an absolutely monstrous piece on d5. You are struggling to make a draw here with white. So
big time. I'm not even sure you have to start with bishop d5. That's just a bad position.
Sure. So
since you've mentioned the knight b4 so often, I actually spoke to Niels the night before, and he was still completely unbroken and happy with the way the tournament went. So you can only commend his spirit, because
all of these jokes only work if you assume people are actually watching this day after day, and this I think is a very risky assumption to make.
What joke? That I spoke to Niels the night before and I commend his spirit? Don't know what you're talking about.
I give up.
So should Anish if he's not careful, because he can really run to trouble here. Looks like Niels, he's been trying to play extra solid today somehow, but that strategy has worked well since Anish is taking all the risks and his position doesn't really warrant all this action. Yeah,
I'm very curious as to why Anish is doing this. I mean, we understand he's on minus. Yeah, he's on -1. He's not doing well in the tournament. He's also playing somebody who is on -4. But
Niels also pointed out to me that this is the battle between the worst black player and the worst white player, because Anish lost 2 white games in this tournament.
And night before is on the board. So okay, this is becoming very interesting now, because objectively Niels is just better now.
Yeah, and subjectively too.
Yeah. So we pointed out when we were doing the sort of a preview that Niels has a very, very poor score against Anish historically, but he's not the kind of a guy who will be greatly affected by that, I think, in particular if he gets a position as good as he got today. So
he doesn't strike me to be greatly affected by anything on the chessboard.
Yeah, anything, frankly. Yeah. So very curious, because we could have an upset on our hands here.
Yeah. No, and Giri really overdid it fighting for the initiative in this game after knight c5, knight b4. He's gonna have to switch to fight for draw mode and hope that maybe Niels is happy having survived.
Yeah.
Topalov, what's going on? He went bishop d4 immediately without including
the check. I'm not sure if this is good or not. Let's try and figure this out.
I think.
Well, you normally start by
Switching on the computer and reading out his evaluation. Minus 0.46.
92 rook e2 has been played. I think the difference is in this position, white can play rook f3.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there are checks available to him. But still, I mean, he's completely tied up. Let's say bishop c6 here, rook f8, king d7. The rook on a2 is still incredibly pointless.
And we should mention that Topalov is sort of the king of the modern exchange sacrifice. Another thing he's been doing less recently, but if you study his best games from the late 90s or through the 2000s, there's countless exchange sacrifice for initiative, for positional compensation, and here...
Yeah, but it does feel like he missed a bit of a trick here with not including bishop e5
check was more subtle, but he's still on track.
Yeah, the same position with the pawn on f4 would be a lot more troublesome for white, because the rook on d3 would also have zero prospects. Yeah, but even this is potentially quite tricky for white.
Let's go back to Carlsen for a minute.
Sure.
Is there anything? Oh yeah, they made a couple moves.
Yeah.
Liem, after considerable thought, did grab on b7.
And Magnus decided not to go for those endgames, but to keep the queens on the board by playing queen takes b7, knight c5, queen c7, hitting the knight on e5 again, d4 and rook d8. And
so he's just a pawn down, but at least there's material on the board.
Yeah.
And hope to confuse the matter. Objectively, after queen e3, which looks clever, he's just in real big trouble.
Yeah, the only thing he can count as a kind of a trump for himself is the fact that the king on g1 is, slightly drafty, and there are weak squares around it. And the bishop might come to h3 and create some threats. But let's say queen e3.
But against these dominant knights and 1.5 pawns down, white can always go d5 if he ever needs to block that diagonal.
And also,
really bad.
Yeah, if white actually manages to stabilize here, the pawns will just start rolling, and there's nothing black can really do about it. Once this coordination has been established. But there's still some play left here, because
that looks like a position is not hard to play either, right? Queen e3, rook b1, d5, knight c6.
Yeah. If all these moves happen, it's not very difficult. But let's say, you play something like rook b6 here, and you say, your move.
Right.
Your move, I want to play, I don't know, h5 next, perhaps, to secure the bishop on h3 so that I never have to blunder g4. And rook db8, maybe trying to fight for the b file. If you play rook b3, I will maybe throw in a4 at some point. And Lev decided not to play queen e3, he played rook fd1, which is similar, but... I mean, there can be very little doubt about the objective assessment of this position. Black is most certainly better, but sorry, not black, white. But whilst there are queens on board, there's still some play left here.
Yeah, rook fd1. It looks like maybe there is something to be said for immediate madness like this, hoping to unsettle this knight and exploit this pin.
Yeah, queen e3 looked like it kept the position more under control, but once again we are using a bit of a crutch there, glancing at the computer evaluations a little bit. We'll see. Other games in the game, but
shouldn't we check this? This is exciting.
It is very exciting, but I think first of all, Magnus is down to 20 minutes as well, which is a separate storyline. He's got 20 minutes for the remaining 20 moves against 50 for Levon. So he will also have to play very fast. Once again, a reminder for our viewers, this is a tournament in which players only get a 30-second increment starting from move 61. So this is actually sort of a minute for a move fair and square. There will be no added time bonuses anywhere. Tricky situation to find yourself in, and I think also it means that you want to settle things as early as possible. I think f65 becomes a particularly attractive candidate here for black, because at least if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You're settling the matters here quite efficiently.
Maybe it works. I'm looking at some lines over here, which I'm willing to share. Takes, knight takes e5 looks normal, because if you move this pawn, then bishop f8 becomes a problem. The trick was rook takes d4, was supposed to be. But after rook takes d4, bishop e5, looks like queen e3
yeah, queen
is a
e3
key
looks
trick.
like a very clever move.
This doesn't work, and if black has to take here, he's still in real big trouble.
Yeah, the issues remain the same. You're a pawn and a half down, and your king arguably is actually weaker than the one on g1, because knight e4, knight f6 check is very much on the agenda later on. So yeah,
it looks like this still holds together for white very nicely, but you have to find this queen e3 move.
It's not
for e3. There's this, for example.
Yeah, this would be a mistake, but queen e3 really is not that hard a move to find. I mean, it's it sort of springs to mind immediately. You just need to check you're not blundering anything, but you do want to include this queen in play as early as possible. On the other hand, if you don't play f6 and e5 in the current position, white will...
looks like the right thing to do, else white is slowly improving, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue you just play bishop h3 and wait, but yeah, it feels way too slow. Because there aren't even any squares for the black queen to hint at getting to g2. Like, if you want to put the queen on the long diagonal, you might have to take on e5, and that is...
yeah,
really unattractive. Yeah, that is really unattractive. Like bishop h3, queen c3 or something. Yeah. And if you take, play queen c6, e4 simply, or queen f3, both look fine. Yeah. It's very easy for white to stay.
We're blundering tricks, but I guess
we're not really. Yeah. Although here queen f3, rook b2 might be an issue.
This is less than ideal.
Yeah. So let's go e4 instead. e4 followed by, let's say, rook g2, rook e1, and you know the white's pawn feast in the center here is doing a great job of controlling all the potential entry squares. So
no, it feels like Magnus should go for this f6 stuff, but the line is reasonably forced, and he has to evaluate if his position is better than the one he currently has at the end of it or not.
Yeah.
6 knight f3, e5, and
takes, knight takes. The problem for black is that if you take on e5, d5, you also have to trade rooks to take on e5 with the queen, and then rook d8 check, I guess, is very annoying.
looks bad.
Like rook d8, king g7, and well, some move.
No, queen f3 is
Queen f3 drops the knight with check, which is not ideal. But
this looks like there's mate or something.
Yeah, it does feel like this shouldn't work. Knight e6 actually, wins on the spot, right?
Yeah.
Followed by queen f8 mate against any move. Very nice. Very nice, sir.
Yeah, this doesn't work. Hence, you have to go for this trick. And here, the key move is queen e3, which you think Liem should find, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think if they get to this position, I mean, he may not see it right now, but if they do get to this position, he will very likely play queen e3. It's a very logical move. You don't like it on a3. You want it in the center of the board, controlling all those squares.
Yes, computer line I checked earlier was something like here, takes, and okay. Computer keeps sticking around, but it's clearly still a very unpleasant position.
Yeah.
But is it better or worse than the one he is now? That's the question.
I think
it might be better.
Yeah, it's probably better because you broke up the white center and you created some weaknesses. Even some endgames here might become drawable. Let's put it like
ever
this.
Gets here, and one of those things, it's not so bad. So you should try that. But yeah, the time situation you've mentioned, Liem 54 minutes has been playing quickly against 16 only for the world champion. So Magnus Carlsen under severe pressure to keep his lead here.
Yes.
And if he does lose this game, not only does Liem catch up with him, Vesely Topalov also in good position to join him. And all of a sudden we could have a three-way tie for first in what looked like the Magnus Carlsen show really for the first 8 rounds.
7.
First 7.
Yeah. Let's do a brief roundup. In the Kramnik Hare Krishna game...
What happened there? We haven't been here for a while.
Yeah, Vladi is pressing, I think. Queen e2, knight d7, rook d1, as we expected. Queen e7, bishop b2, rook ac8, rook ac1, all perfectly standard up to now.
But queen e7 is a small concession, as mentioned earlier.
Yeah, but I'm very surprised by bishop d5, b7 here. I feel it's
It's a strange move.
It's a strange move to make. Play rook
e4 at least. Rook fd8.
Yeah, rook
h6,
fd8. I mean, I would need a very serious reason not to play rook fd8 here, and in particular, bishop b7 allows what Vladimir did against it. Knight g5 takes, and now you are actually under some pressure.
Queen g5, rook d7. How bad is it?
I'd say it's reasonably unpleasant because I mean, this is a very poor square. Let's say rook fd8, h4, you might already be lost. Because I think you're losing material here.
Which is a pity.
Yeah, queen f5, e4, and then I pick up this bishop.
Gotcha.
Seemingly. So, yeah, no, this is already very far from ideal. And even if after, let's say, rook fd8, no queen h5 tricks work, even just playing knight e4.
Yeah. These positions are not drawn at all. If white has some initiative, all kinds of tricks in the air.
Yeah,
I don't know yet. Maybe you survive once in a while, but it's very dangerous.
You play something like f6 and you pray, I guess.
Yeah, you have to be very wary, even about knight takes c5, bishop a3 ideas.
Yeah,
There's
sure.
lots of stuff.
Sure. So I'm very curious as to why Harry felt he needed to play bishop b7, sort of jump before he was pushed. Because yeah, play rook fd8, and if white plays e4, you still play bishop b7, but you're much happier here because this bishop
e4 helps your bishop on c5
Yeah.
and cripples the white bishop on g2. So
Yeah.
white only does this if it's winning material, basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure what prompted this. Could he have been worried about something like? No, but I mean,
I thought about this, but come on, you're an exchange up for some compensation. That's a dream scenario compared
yeah,
to
I mean, it's
equal material.
would be a very strange reason not to play something, or even g6 maybe first, and after bishop takes d5, make some move. I don't know. Okay,
Maybe
so.
it scared him, but it's weird.
Still, yeah, it's a strange choice. Magnus does play f6, and the knight is on f3. We'll return to this game, and I think we'll stick with it for a while after Magnus chooses his move here. But for now, let's continue the roundup. In Eljanov Lichau, queen b5, black replied by castling, and now Pavel played king b1. I'm kind of wondering, can black play a6 here? I think Pavel maybe wants to take on b7, and I'm trying to figure out if this is legal or not. Because the queen.
How did we trap it earlier? Rook a7, right? That doesn't.
But I think there's a huge difference. The king was on f7. I think the difference is this. And after rook c7, knight takes e6. There is no king takes e6.
That is very true.
So the queen actually escapes in this variation.
Queen a2 or nonsense, but we're pawn down.
Yeah, pawn down, and there's also
e6,
e6 there in the end, which settles the question once and for all, I think. So yeah, curious. I guess the plan is to take on b7 simply here. And if black has to protect b7, then white will play knight d4. He
How
takes
do we
d4.
get there? Queen b7, rook a7.
No, rook a7 immediately. I once again play knight d4. It's the same.
Same trick.
Yeah, it's the same, but maybe even more convincing here, arguably.
Yeah, nothing works.
Well, you can try this, but you are lacking pieces to attack it further.
Yeah,
so.
queen d5 is coming.
Okay, an intricate position here which we don't entirely understand. And in Giri Grandelius, Giri is really in full Gambul mode. Exactly. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Because he is now a healthy pawn down, and
he is positionally lost. He is more or less has to give checkmate or find a perpetual in there. And it doesn't really look like.
Let's try and calculate here.
Knight f6. Let's make some random moves and see what happens. Queen h6. Bishop f6. Queen g5. Queen h4.
Draw.
Sending draw offer.
Draw. Might be a draw. Although, yeah, no, here you probably can't continue. Okay, so this at least explains that you can't win immediately by making the first move that comes to mind, which is important.
I hate it when that happens.
Hang on a second, this is not really true, yeah, because I can do this.
Can you, though?
And that should settle matters pretty efficiently, no?
Yeah.
Queen f6, queen g7 is resigns, queen h5, queen g7 is probably also resigns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you're running out of pieces to attack with.
That's a pity. How did this go? Bishop f5? Oh,
No, I played bishop d5.
Ah, bishop d5.
Bishop
Probably
d5. I
even
thought it would,
smarter.
yeah, because I want to have queen g4, queen f5 next move if, yeah. Yeah, bishop d5, and you know, unless we're missing something obvious, which
Can never be ruled out here. Bishop f6 instead of queen h6.
okay.
Yeah. The point is,
Yeah, and
apparently, once again, this is computer smarts that if you do the same thing, queen f8, knight e5, now white is so well coordinated that some things are coming.
Yeah, and bishop d5 has been played, so I'm pretty sure Anish will play knight f6 check, because if he doesn't, he's just...
Yeah, if he doesn't, he can well
Yeah.
not resign, but it's
No, I don't think it's out of place, to be
Thankless
honest.
task.
Yeah, I mean, you need to play knight f6, and I'm pretty sure he will find bishop takes f6
Yeah, of
simply
course.
simply by process of elimination more than anything else.
maybe this game, because even though Niels got a good position, I had the feeling he's happy keeping things under control. I might be wrong with this, but maybe he doesn't mind something like the line we looked at.
No, I think he should have thought. What's the time situation? Niels had
Niels had half an hour.
half
both
an
had
hour.
half an hour.
Yeah, then maybe he should have considered for slightly longer, because it does feel like the position he had after 94 could be almost winning for him if he solves his immediate issues.
I think it is, yeah. Once again.
Therefore, he had different options. Apart from bishop d5, which does look like the most natural move in the world, there's also bishop f5, which has the added advantage of controlling some of the squares white will be trying to use to give mate.
Yeah, that's a major difference in this line that seems to work after bishop d5, for example.
Yeah, because black will have bishop g6 in many cases.
No, also there, I'm trying to figure out what the difference is. Takes. Queen f8. And here, this is winning. I don't understand why it's not winning with the bishop on d5. That's what confused me. Probably queen e3.
Yeah, queen e3, and here you will play. It all disappeared. Yeah, rook e1, queen f8, knight e5, queen b4, queen e3, king h7. There's queen d3 check. This is the difference. You don't control the d3 square. Here it actually mates in
Bishop
3.
here,
Yeah, with the
yeah,
bishop on f5, this is queen d3 doesn't exist, but here it actually mates. So yeah, that's a major difference. And knight f6 has been played, so it feels
I'm
like
feeling we're headed for that perpetual fast.
yeah, it feels like after bishop takes f6, Niels might not even go for this position with the bishop on d5, because it looks, you know,
this is dangerous. You
Yeah.
can get mated.
yeah, you can very easily get into trouble
Queen
here.
f4, rook e3, rook g3.
Yeah, your extra piece is far away from your king, and you know, this is not an obviously safe position for you. So
No, I think the safe line is the other one, queen f5,
Yeah,
queen
you-
h7.
yeah, you play queen f5, and then you check here, because even here you can sort of try. Hang on, maybe even immediately here there is king f8.
Yeah,
But it's
I don't know,
double-edged.
I guess 95 again.
And also,
e7.
even this might be just fine for white, right? Maybe better for white for all we know. Yeah, because you know, black is not in time to go bishop f3, queen h2, because bishop f3 runs into queen c7, and
Doesn't work.
yeah, this loses for black. So yeah, this might end in a draw in a second, but
I touched a bullet there because he was really pushing it. And
Yeah.
bishop f5 instead of bishop d5. Once again, weak computer, not running fast, and so on and so forth. But it seems to be just good for black.
yeah, it seems to be an improvement, and
And you can sort of, reach at this with human deduction. Like, this is the only white idea, and what's the difference, right?
yeah, even in this position immediately, king h7 with the bishop on d5, it makes no sense. You shouldn't take on e1 then, I think, because you're
Yeah.
sort of forcing rook e7, which is a useful move.
Because, you can miss this queen b4 from afar away. That's very possible to miss, because this move
But
looks like
even if you
famous.
don't see it, let's say 95 king h7, it's still an improvement, because there are never any checks along the b1 h8 diagonal. So you are a piece up here, and there's no immediate threat even. So yeah, and I mean, Niels has played queen
Yeah,
f5.
let's think
So
of this line now. I think this headed towards a draw for sure.
yeah, this will be a draw now. So let's return to the big story. And Magnus doesn't play rook takes d4. He played bishop takes e5. So he is
Similar, you could argue which version is better or worse, but here he can't recapture on e5 immediately. He has to go. I don't know, bishop g4 or what?
we
is one?
thought no, this probably is much worse actually, because
We only
yeah.
looked at queen e5, rook d8, which seems to win for white.
he's gone for this, and now after rook
What are we
d8 check, no, I don't think we're missing anything. I think maybe
F7.
maybe he has to go king f7, but then this endgame is just completely lost. Yeah, because you stop rook b1 check, and then black basically never unpins himself.
Has he blundered his knight e6, or that one I didn't computer check? Maybe there is some defense there. Let's go back to the position after queen e5.
Well, rook d8 check, as we already shown. I mean, king e7, king f7, queen f3. You can more or less resign. You'd never save those positions.
I'm wondering. Queen f3, bishop f5. Is there any?
I forgot about that. Yeah, I thought b8 was hanging. Sorry, I got slightly.
Maybe it's just losing. Maybe take some b8 and g4 or whatever. But at least we have to think about it.
Yeah, this works. Yeah.
Seems like it. Queen b6, queen f2, for example.
Or queen d5 check.
Also good enough.
Yeah. G4, and if you go queen somewhere, queen like I don't know, queen d6 maybe.
Queen f2 again.
Oh yeah, that is a very efficient way to just win a piece here. Queen d1, king g2, and the checks run out, and you pick up the piece on f5. Whoa.
So let's double check things. King g7, knight e6, and game. Yeah.
Yeah, after rook d8 check, king g7, knight e6, you have to play king h6.
Queen f8, king h5, but you don't have to calculate further, really.
Yeah, rook d5 and is an immediate.
Check, rook d5, whatever you like.
Yeah, white doesn't even need to. There is mate in 5 here, 9 apparently, but you don't even need to know that. You know, you just pick up material. So yeah, king f7 is the only move. Queen f3, rook d8 has been played by Lev.
It looks like Magnus blundered his knight e6 from afar, because sometimes you have this illusion of
that's
king g7 that the rook from b8 covers the f8 square.
Yeah, that was why I was initially surprised when he said knight e6, because I thought I will just take with the bishop, and you know, I didn't see that this is mate. Yeah.
No, yeah. King f7, queen f3 looks like resigns as well.
Yeah, bishop f5 is the only chance, because once
bishop
again.
f5, rook b8, queen c5. Is there anything?
No, you.
No, there's no further.
Also
trickery.
Queen f2.
Yeah.
More or less any move here finishes the game on the spot. So.
Speaking of finishes the game, is the Giri game over?
Let's check.
Well, it's not yet. A moment to
it's not yet, but
better than the perpetual.
But it will be in a moment, yeah. And the other game, which we were wondering about, the game between Veselin Topalov and MVL. Veselin, I guess, is pushing, but I'm not sure how much he objectively has anymore.
What happened? Rook a3.
Yeah, MVL went for a very direct plan. He played rook a3 and then just gave the exchange back straight away after bishop c6.
Right.
Yeah.
White a pawn up? I'm bad at counting. He is a pawn up.
White is currently a pawn up, but
his pieces are bad.
Yeah, he is still worse, but how much worse is unclear. Rook b2 has been played by Veselin, and now the plan is very simple. You want to play d3, d2, and queen.
Giri's made a draw, so I suggest we go find the players and come back with them and their expert opinion also on the Carlsen game, where it looks like Magnus Carlsen is just lost if we're not missing any spectacular trick, but it really doesn't seem like. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it does feel fairly straightforward there.
See you guys back in a minute.
We didn't check very deep.
Welcome back, everybody. We are being joined by Anish Giri, Niels Grandelius. The game ended in a draw. Anish, did you push your luck a bit today?
Yeah, clearly. I bluffed a little bit in the opening, in sense that that if black plays anything else than takes knight b6, then it's a playable position. But he takes and goes knight b6.
It's not the hardest move in the world.
As if you have some ideas with white. I suddenly started bashing me here.
No, I was I was curious that you're trying so hard to avoid theory. I thought you're the theory guy. And then you played bishop e2, a4. It looked like you were trying to desperately get him
off. I was thinking it would be very funny if after bishop c4 you were planning to go e5 anyway. That would be hilarious. But okay, the thing is, no, I showed already how to draw with black here.
Is a5? You think that's the way to draw?
What?
You came against Kayak, didn't you?
To draw? No, there I was slightly better with black. So.
You made some very strange moves. Anyway, you can keep your secrets.
I'll sell my files
discuss
to you later. No, that was not the point. Of course, I was not really. I didn't know what to expect. First of all, my preparation went a bit wrong. I was intending to do something else, and then I changed my mind. But here, Niels plays bishop b4 mostly, and knight d7. Oh. And just before the game, I recall some conversation I had with him a while ago, where he mentioned that he likes Semislav as well, so I was like, oh crap. Okay, I had a few, I felt like I'm so desperate, but I thought it was playable, because this position, I remember that computers chose to take on d5, but I just thought that optically speaking, it looks entirely playable.
If knight d5, black goes cd5, yeah? I want a bishop takes, but Peter is probably
no,
right.
CD I have to pay.
Sorry, bishop c5.
Yeah, no, I mean, so I thought that
after a5
it's playable, but the thing is that here I realized it's not really playable.
This queen c is a very strong move.
It's a very strong move, yeah. Yeah, and if I start with rook e1, I don't think it will make a big difference, maybe even rook e8.
I thought rook e8, yeah.
Yeah, maybe now...
But here maybe you can take on f6.
Queen f6?
Knight e4, knight eg5.
Okay, so what if h6?
But I go to f4 with the queen always, yeah?
Yeah, that I forgot.
Bishop f5, yeah, correct.
Sure. I always go to f4, so... I mean, here with or without the rooks, I mean, on the e5.
Yeah, it was not a very good... Yeah, I mean, somehow I thought that it's playable, but it's really not playable. Yeah, and here I realized that sooner or later I'm going to end up lost, because because I don't want to.
No, but you can take an f6 at any point, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, but I'm not going to do it. At some point I'll screw it up. I knew.
We said like you can bail out and you should probably hold, but it can't be fun to do it. Yeah, bishop f6 or something.
What do you mean, bail out? It's just equal, no? I mean.
Yeah, bail out.
No, okay.
I mean, not. I should not hold. I'm just equal. Yeah. The thing is that it is just completely equal.
Yeah, there's not
everything. Yeah, I mean,
absolutely nothing to play for. And I know Niels is a good player. It's not that I'm, but still, I thought I should try to.
I'm a good player. That's why you went knight e4. Yeah.
I should try. And okay, then this is absolutely awful, because first of all there is bishop b4.
Yeah, but bishop b4 is very strong.
Never confuse us, because this looks very strong.
I don't know what was my plan. I mean, I forgot that the rook is hanging.
Yeah, bishop b4 and
bishop g3 maybe. But
yeah, there's some mess here. You should play knight d6 here, and you're probably worse.
I was calculating this. Yeah.
Queen d7.
Yeah, well, it's insane. Okay, this here, I mean, I have to just make a draw. There is absolutely nothing else in the position. Yeah. My original intention here was knight e5, actually.
I thought I can even play knight b4, but
some breaking news that probably have already been broken on Norwegian TV.
Yeah.
Live on Aronian won his game against Magnus Carlsen. We thought the position was hopeless, and indeed the game is over. We're going to get to it in a minute.
What's the point here?
I thought maybe knight b4 even, and taking queen e6.
Yeah, queen e6 bothered me. Yeah.
Quite safe.
Looks very sound for black.
Probably
very comfortable.
Slightly better maybe.
Maybe not, but very comfortable. I mean, I don't think that I'm worse yet.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Comfortable for black.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was nothing, and then. I mean,
you missed this bishop b4 move, or what happened there?
No, I simply forgot about it.
Yeah, I also forgot about it at first. It's kind of
I think that's what we thought.
Difficult move. Bishop from d6 going to b4. There's a square in between.
Targeting the rook on e1.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of move you can
beautiful
overlook.
Geometry.
Yeah. But the thing is that still here he is very okay. Of course.
Here is fine too. Of course.
I have to just make a draw with a-b.
Yes, you should make draw here probably.
Queen b7. Now do you make a draw? We couldn't.
Even queen takes.
Yeah. This was the
knight
thing.
c5, queen b2.
This
This we didn't see. What?
But takes knight f6, no? I mean,
Takes here.
like this. And I can't
I have a draw in the very least.
probably
Oh yeah,
more.
we missed this completely. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to take with the
draw
rook.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
after knight c5 here.
yeah, this is.
Why is this a draw?
Yeah. Why?
Because we thought you should take with the queen.
No, I
but-
didn't see AB. That was the thing. I didn't see knight g5.
Ah, you only found it later.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So knight g5 is just a draw. Right?
You have to sacrifice a pawn maybe here.
It might be okay for black, but you definitely should do it, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a nice.
Knight g5 is it more than a draw? Or
I don't
it's
know.
just- It's just draw probably.
Okay, I mean, if you do what you did here,
But I did.
knight
gonna
Then
say-
maybe I'm worse. Yeah.
I mean, I'll just bring the rook at some point with rook
Yeah,
a3
yeah,
and
yeah.
switch.
I guess g6, knight e6, queen b2 is probably fine for black. And queen b2.
Yeah.
You probably have to take, I take, knight c7, rook e1, knight c7 is fine for black, yeah?
Yeah.
That probably is a solution.
If rook e6, knight e6.
It's probably the same. Yeah, it's the same position. Well, maybe
Yeah,
slightly
it's-
better rook
it's
for
better
you.
for white.
Yeah, it's better for you.
They
Yeah.
have a rook, but it's
Yeah,
equal.
h3 should still be a draw, yeah.
No, it's absolutely equal. Yeah, this was okay.
The safer choice.
Yeah, but
No, but I really didn't think that I had a lot in the game either. That's why I was so surprised.
yeah,
I mean, after you just take
the
an
thing,
a6
the thing
and
is,
take
I
bishop
could have
g3.
just played for a draw with something like this, and I think I would be able to do that. But
I
this
didn't
is
see
really
how
not
white
fun.
is, how
we were
black is
praising
pressing.
the bishop on d5, but yeah.
Yeah, but how do you do it? Like takes bishop d5, knight
Rook b,
d5.
no, rook b6 maybe start with.
Rook.
No,
Knight
but
d5.
it's, I mean, if the pawns were equal, it would be nice for black, and now you are slightly better because you just have an extra pawn.
Yeah,
Maybe.
no, black is slightly better,
It's
certainly.
really slightly
yeah.
better for
Yeah.
black, yeah, for sure.
But I thought it was not that
But
realistic.
very, yeah, I thought it was not realistic, but yeah, and then I decided to
No, but here, I mean,
to go a bit crazy with 94.
the rest you
Yeah,
would
we
prefer
talked
to
about
skip,
it off
yeah?
air, and in the show, bishop f5 is big advantage for black, and you missed this queen
Yeah,
of
I
8 move.
missed,
Yeah, we
I
both
missed
missed
that
that it's
there is
possible
a
to take,
capture
yeah,
and
yeah.
queen of the capture and queen of 8. I mean, I only saw bishop d8 ideas.
Because other moves than bishop f5, I mean, they don't really exist.
yeah, I was
no?
calculating also queen d7 with the idea to go like that, but this is maybe what I
But
want.
it's rook a5 or something, no?
Yeah, but it's not so clear.
Or
You
maybe
can
not.
do it with
Maybe
the
not
bishop.
rook a5.
Maybe a rook e3, but bishop f5. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, at the very least, I have some funny move bishop g3. The idea rook e4, rook h4, and if you go bishop d5, I can take here and take here.
Yeah.
At the very least, this is enough for a
No,
draw.
but bishop f5 is, I mean, the critical.
Bishop f5 winning, yeah.
It's just winning.
Possibly, yeah. We didn't check it very deeply because you played bishop d5 so fast, but
Yeah, but also I wanted to teach kids a lesson that with the bad knight on a6, one can afford to sacrifice a piece and still make a draw.
yeah.
Niels actually older than you, right?
Kids, not
kids.
I mean,
Ah,
the kids at
okay.
home.
kids at home, of course. I mean,
Yeah. No, I know. I know
me
that
and
it's
Niels, he
possible.
wanted to teach. No, Niels, of course. No, he didn't learn anything from this game, I believe, today. This is not a good game for him.
No, but this was a bit, unfortunate at the end.
Yeah, but of course, I mean,
Because really,
if
bishop
I play
f5
94 with a very smart face, it's hard to
Yeah,
believe that I'm.
that's what bothers me.
Also,
slightly.
I usually have a draw in mind when I do something like this.
In the game, Niels, did you think about
Yeah, but
this
then
stuff?
95 rook e3. This is.
Yeah, we thought it was
Yeah, I
dangerous.
thought
we
it
didn't
was
check
exactly-
it,
That was
but-
that was the thing. Originally, I planned to take on h6, and that's when I realized that I missed this idea altogether.
Yeah, this is just game over. With the bishop on d5, it's completely game over.
Yeah. So now I still have this, and the thing is, with the bishop on d5, here I have a check,
Yeah,
you
this
have
is
to check.
this is the difference.
which is
Yeah.
very nice.
No, but also with the bishop on f5, black goes rook e1 and queen f8, even in that position, after bishop f6.
Yeah, obvious. But that's what we both
I mean,
missed.
here, yeah.
Yeah, queen
Yeah,
f8.
But
takes
this is
takes.
still, but this is okay. No,
Oh, here,
95.
queen b4, that's the key difference. Because
But also,
they
I think
don't have
rook
check.
e8 might also win. Actually, I have a feeling. Rook e8 e6 is just a very
Well, okay. So it's not the game continues a little bit here, yeah.
a little bit, yeah. But I think objectively, this is bad for white. Yeah.
What's the minus? 2 or
We can ask
1.3,
you.
yeah.
1.3?
I think for 5 hours I had more than 1.3 yesterday. So.
Oh, minus 3, yeah.
Bishop d8.
D8 is the reason. Yeah, okay.
No, I mean it's clear if I have this queen f8 that I'm just winning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
just
mean-
okay. So it's game over. Yeah, no, it's good because I would be very unhappy that I didn't make anything of my white color today. But after I went through a lost position, I'm reasonably satisfied with the draw as well.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with how
Are
it
you
went.
happy that you broke your black streak?
In some sense, yes, but this ending
Which
was
were 5
actually
annoys
a
you,
bit,
yeah?
it annoys me a little bit. Yeah, it's a bit too simple actually. But then again, I mean, it's easy to get bluffed when you're slightly low on time and you're on 0 out of 4. So, but
Well, you found your footing a bit, yeah? No. It feels like, okay, yesterday you missed a chance, today you missed a chance, but still.
Well, I think Niels played okay. I just think that he didn't get out of the opening a few times with black. For example, with Magnus and with Veselin. And I don't see the reason why he played bad opening there, because he didn't get a chance to test himself against these two players.
So you feel you're unlucky in a way that today he played a good opening?
Well, it was my own fault. I didn't play e4, but basically I think Niels played alright. But I think it was a clear mistake of him to play the way he played against Magnus. At least if you play a solid opening with Magnus, he has to show why he's so great. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay, guys, thanks a lot.
Thanks, yeah.
We're now being joined by world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, what went wrong for you today?
Well, it was a series of poor choices and also some pretty bad time management. So, I don't know. I mean, he completely surprised me in the opening, of course, but you're never going to be too sad when your opponent plays G3. So, I wasn't that bothered. But then,
Do you know Peter had games in this line?
yeah, I just remembered that I used to think that white should be a little bit better, but then in most cases black gradually equalizes, and if nothing happens, black can even be slightly better in the long run. But I didn't remember how to play, of course, and now obviously as Levon and I talked about after the game, the sensible way to play is just to go 98 in this case, and it isn't very. It's not too bad. And basically here, after what happened, I somewhat.
Yeah, we thought
I was actually thinking of knight g4, then I take, and I can play queen f4, queen d4, I take rook e1 and bring
Yeah,
the
but
knight.
I'm not gonna. No, I didn't like that at all.
Well, queen c7, knight g2, we thought you should challenge the knight immediately by either knight g7 or knight g4. I don't know
Yeah.
which one is better.
No, obviously that's the sensible way to go. Because I didn't want to go knight d7 here because of knight g4. Yeah, that's no reason to allow that. But obviously here, knight d7. It says even here knight g4. But no, I was just thinking about this and knight b3. Okay, white has won the opening battle, but it's nothing too bad. But then I didn't really want this. I thought with knight e8 I could still, fight for complete equality, like if the knight goes back. And then I thought, in principle, after f4 I should be fine. But that was just a complete misjudgment of the position, and also knight d6 is just it's just a blunder. So.
After rook b8, knight b3, although it's very, very unpleasant for you, I guess.
Okay, at this point,
You should take and play a6.
No, yeah, but I think I should actually go f6, and just go knight c6 back.
Yeah, knight b3, b6,
okay,
d4.
you have knight b3.
This d4 is unpleasant.
Knight d6. Probably even just take. I'll need d5, d5. Yeah, I'm actually not in time, so no, probably here knight d8 is like really bad, and here I've already pretty much screwed up. So knight d6. Obviously, I wanted f6 here, but that just loses on the spot. And here, it wasn't as lost as I had thought.
Yeah, I actually thought that 96 wins, but it doesn't.
Yeah, we were looking at that. We were curious if you were going to take or play knight b6.
No.
But yeah, knight b7. Why would it win?
Yeah, you just take the rook a8, knight takes c5, and then you have this queen d6 before bishop d7. Yeah.
No,
the machine gives some strange move, knight c takes a5, but we looked at knight c5 and queen d6, and it's not so easy. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because at first it looked really overwhelmingly good. It seems like I'm taking everything.
Well, for me, I just thought rook a8, and I'm not losing any pieces immediately, so this was the least of my worries, actually. Okay, but this...
And then in the game...
I thought you would go queen b6, actually. I thought queen c7, it just go for this queen thing.
Okay, but how can I ever create counterplay?
You have this rook h1 at times.
Okay, but your king just goes on e3, no?
I give h2 pawn?
Yeah.
And then you take on e5 and play bishop g4 and take the e2 pawn?
Yeah, but then you take on a7, you run with the king to d4.
To c3, yeah?
c4, d3.
Yeah.
I thought I'm just never getting counterplay there.
After 24 knight e5, I think the computer said rook d4 and things aren't so bad.
That's what we calculated.
Yeah, of course. No, there's no need to lose the game immediately, yeah?
Queen e3.
Queen e3, obviously.
It takes bishop f5.
Bishop f5, or a bishop f5 first.
Yeah, I thought about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, 94 looks good.
94. Yeah, I'll probably chop it off.
Black can start with bishop f5, maybe it's more clever.
Yeah, you should probably lose slowly.
Yeah, queen e3, bishop f5 maybe to include this, and rook a d1, you take on d4 and you make some kind of a move.
Still 94? Yeah. Okay, but it's a game and it's very good chances to...
Against me to make a draw.
No, well, to make the time control anyway. Just to make the time control, that would be the first of my
With my infamous technique.
No, I didn't. And here, I mean, the instinct says that it should be losing immediately, but then, I mean, I was just calculating these lines. I was going for the queen endgame like this. Okay, queen f8 is made.
You're not alone in missing that.
That I realized only later. So I was looking at this, and I didn't even see this. Okay, that's embarrassing. Because I was looking at... Yeah.
Their queen e3 was actually winning for you just now, yeah?
Okay, I'll shut up. I'm gonna...
Sorry.
Yeah. I should just... Okay, yeah.
We'll let you go. Thanks a lot, Magnus, for joining us. We are not letting you go yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Levon, you're all of a sudden in shared first. How did that happen?
I have no idea.
Because it felt like, even yesterday, your play was a bit shaky, but today you played a great game. Not saying you're not capable of it, but was it just a good opening, or how did it go?
I prepared everything, as you can see, analyzed up to the last point, and that's why I won.
Same as always.
Yes.
And now what's your strategy going into?
He got trapped into this queen f8 move, which the computer showed.
How long did you know it?
Sorry?
How long did you know the opening?
Up to b3.
b3, yeah?
Yeah.
Peter, ask him something. I struggle talking to him.
Yeah, he's not really divulging any important information there for some reason.
You struggled in your last games against Magnus, converting sometimes very good positions. Are you happy
If
you broke that trend?
If I may correct you, I won the last game against him.
I said games.
Games. Okay. Well, I only have a memory. I mean, binary kind of memory.
I made many videos praising your very nice game in the Reykjavik Euro Team Championship.
Thank you.
So, is he fearing you again?
I don't know if anybody is fearing me. ever fearing me or fearing me again. I feel that my opponent played badly. I don't know why.
So you think it's more of a case of him playing badly than you playing well today?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we got something out of that. Yeah.
Trying to compliment him, but
Yeah.
impossible. What's the strategy going into the last round? Are you planning to win the tournament alone now?
No, I'm just going to first try to equalize.
You're playing.
Since I'm black, Hare Krishna.
You're playing Harry as black. Yeah. Now going to be very exciting. For a second there, it looked like you might be joined by Veselin, because Veselin was seriously better at one
Yes.
point. But it feels like he probably VL will now escape, because black will need to take on b3. The bishop will return, and it's not as fantastically looking as
As it was.
as it was. Yeah. But still, it's going to be an
He
exciting.
played G5.
Has he? Yeah. Okay.
But this cannot be easy for white.
No, of course not. But
With such king ready to join.
yeah, but I mean, before this round began, we had a very clear-cut situation in the tournament, and now with your victory and this game potentially ending in a victory for Veselin, it could be a very exciting last round, and especially Topalov Kramnik in the last round. So
So it's going to be good.
yeah, it's good for the spectators, sure. So anything else you want to add to your triumph today?
Not really.
Very.
Thanks a lot, Liem and Aronian.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck in the last round.
Welcome back to round 8 of Altibox Norway Chess 2016, and we now have a very, very exciting finish on our hands with, you've just seen the press conference of Liem Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. Lev won that game with white, and he is now tied for first with Magnus Carlsen going into the final round. Magnus will have white against Pavel Eljanov, whereas Lev will be black against Hare Krishna, but still lots of excitement on the cards. Still 3 games going on today though, so let's have a look at those.
This is not Norwegian TV. They end their program whenever the Magnus game is over.
Yeah, I've seen that happen, and it's somewhat surprising, but
Hammer likes it and shortens his work days.
yeah, let's I mean, hammer bashing, well, we can save that until hour 5.
Bashing. We have nothing but praise for Hammer. And yeah, it's a bit of a twist because Magnus looked so much in control throughout the whole tournament after he moved to +3. I thought it was over.
Yeah,
No disrespect to Liem, I just felt like he was so comfortable.
yeah, absolutely none. But when you need to beat him sort of on demand with even with white, it never really feels like this will happen. But
Also, his streak of unbeaten games was, I don't know the exact number, I believe 42 unbeaten games, so that ended today. And yeah, Liem and Aronian joins him in the lead on 5 points out of 8.
sure, and I mean, Magnus obviously has a great deal of respect for Liem as a player. I mean, he's on the record saying that, but still, a great success for the Armenian Grandmaster, and a very, very exciting final round awaiting us tomorrow. But still, the most important of the remaining games, I guess, Although actually, hang on a second, Kramnik lost yesterday, which means that he can't join the leaders on +2 even if he wins today.
No, Kramnik is on 50%.
Yeah,
but
so
Topalov very much can.
Yeah, this is the position. The position you see on the screen is the position currently on the board in MVL against Topalov. I just wanted to briefly look at the times, but 11 minutes for MVL against 13 for Veselin, and seemingly MVL is out of the woods here if he plays b4, which he has just done. Yeah, so should probably end in a draw now, which means that there will be only 2 people on +2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Unless Harry beats Vladimir, but we'll get to that. That is highly unlikely.
I still don't envy MVL in this position though, because it's as Liem pointed out, the king on g3 is so weak. I'd be very tempted to blunder. I don't know. I need a random waiting move to blunder this mate anytime, but it's unlikely to happen. And objectively, it's hard to make progress. Yeah, this is the plan: b5, rook d1.
Yeah, once you play b5, I mean, Veselin could have taken on b3 on the previous move, or either immediately, or perhaps after d2, rook d1, he could take on b3 with check, ask White the question of where he wants this king. But I mean, winning some kind of a position like this, it is slightly better for Black because he is slightly better coordinated. But draw is a heavy favorite here. Veselin decided to complicate matters by playing g5, controlling the king side for now. But yeah, b4 is a very strong reply. And it seems like White should hold, although time is somewhat short and things might yet happen in this game.
Crazy short though, 12 minutes each for 9 moves.
Yeah.
Looks like they will.
And MVL is a very capable player with shorter time control, so for him I guess 10 moves in 10 minutes is...
Let's go for some tactics. d2, b5, rook a2, what's going on there?
You just play rook d1, I guess.
Bishop b5, not just ab, yeah?
Yeah, ab take on g2.
d2, rook a5, rook b5. Why am I not better?
I don't know.
d6.
The machine suggests this is a draw.
Hard to argue with, but is that obvious? Or rook c5, you just take an f5?
Yeah, this actually is, you know,
that's
I'd be somewhat worried if you
black,
know, yeah, with Black I'd be a little bit, but not a lot, but a little bit worried I might lose this. So this is not a winning attempt, and if you take on f4 and take on c5, White can just take and go after this one, connected with h4 and g5. It's also a very easy draw for White. So yeah, should be holdable for MVL. We'll let this continue and revisit the other 2. A very sharp position.
Yeah, and that one.
Yeah, very sharp position. I don't really understand in Eljanov Lichao. Let's briefly revisit what happened here. So
a5.
Yeah, Lichao, after a very long pause in the tank, played a5 here. I'm not sure what's wrong with not queen takes b7, but with the 2 press conferences we've had, I think if we try to cover every single move in this game, we will get slightly lost. So let's sort of fast forward towards...
If I try to cover them, Eljanov will get very lost.
Pavel didn't take on b7, although it seems vaguely possible. Maybe he played knight d4, which is also a very natural move. Takes, c6, queen b6, rook fd8. The pawn on b7 that doesn't look particularly appealing right now. a4, also very sensible move, gaining some space. Rook d7, d5, takes, queen b7, rook e8, b3. It seems like the position is, material is equal, and if White could somehow gain control of the d file, he'd be better, but I don't see how he could manage that. So, not sure what's going on. Lichao went bishop a3 with a very concrete idea of playing queen d4 next move. Pavel went h4, also very serious move, creating a huge threat of h5. Queen d4 is on the board.
Bishop c1 looks forced.
Yeah, bishop c1 looks forced.
f2 or e5?
Lichao has already taken on c1. It's important not to take with the king here, but Pavel will not take with the king. Rook c1. I guess you take on e5 with the queen, and you try to create a pass pawn on the e file and use it to create, initiative and tie the white heavy pieces to it. But White is not even obliged to take on c6 straight away. Should be close to equality, I suppose. And let's briefly visit the final game we haven't discussed yet.
Please.
This is the position in a game between Kramnik and Hare Krishna, and White is seriously better. I don't know if White is winning, but White has a healthy extra pawn in an endgame. not ideal situation to find yourself in a game against Kramnik.
Looks like a vintage Kramnik white game somehow, right?
Yeah.
Position out of the opening looked sort of innocuous, but all it took was this one strange bishop b7 move to get under considerable pressure.
Yeah, we don't really know what was wrong with rook fd8. The machine doesn't really find particular fault with it. Seems like it says like it's a perfectly sensible move to make here. Once again, not at great depth, but doesn't seem to be a blunder. And if it's not a blunder, you want to occupy the open file before you retreat with any of your pieces. And bishop b7 allowed Kramnik in, so to speak, with knight g5. And here it's already well. At least optically, it's quite threatening. The machine is still unimpressed, but I think it might be underestimating the threats White has here.
Yeah, I'd be very scared here.
Yeah, and Harry played f5, trying to stop at least knight e4, which is a very threatening move. Like, for instance, if you play something like h6, knight e4, bishop b6, there could be all kinds of... I mean, with the pawn on h7, this probably doesn't work. I just wanted to demonstrate the tactics which the dangers of the black position, but this only works with pawn on h7, and I'm don't want to look for a waiting move in this position. But after f5, Vladimir played e4, immediately opening up the position on the king side. Once again, there are probably some better ways to play this than what Hare Krishna has chosen.
Yeah, I'm not sure about these f5 moves. I'm looking for the right expression. It's like extinguishing fire with gasoline or something. And
yeah, but the thing about this position is that without computer assistance, it's incredibly scary. And
of course, but yeah, after f5 it just feels like it should be much worse.
Yeah, even
maybe you hope that knight f6 or whatever works.
Even without e4, I mean, the machine actually doesn't think e4 is necessary here. The machine plays queen f3 and says...
that's what I'm saying, f5 is just so weak.
But what Vladimir did is also quite strong. h6, knight f3, knight f6 has been played by Harry here. And then Vladimir happily liquidated into an endgame where black has a huge amount of weaknesses, and the a6 pawn was lost soon thereafter. This is currently
survive this against Kramnik.
Yeah, this is currently the position on the board. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he managed to, if he somehow let this go. He is very, very good at this, yeah, a heavy favorite to convert this into a full point.
Yeah, which must be important for him, because he started well, missed some chances even, but was on +1 for a long time. But then things, really didn't go very well yesterday, and to strike back immediately, I'm sure it's important to him.
Yeah, and it shows the resilience and the strength of character to because yesterday was a really unpleasant game, I guess, to have played, because games against Magnus, I think, are important for all of us. This is the benchmark. And to lose, not just to lose to Magnus, but to lose in a fashion that he lost yesterday, sort of without playing.
Not to play.
Yeah, that's a direct quote of his press conference after the game. He said that he felt like he didn't even play a game that day. And today he's playing very nicely, and I feel
it's not his first rodeo. He's tough.
That is true. And some developments in MVL Topalov.
What's going on?
Well, Veselin decided not to win back any material, and could end up regretting that decision. Because the pawns on h6 and g5 are a bit weak. So he's played rook a3 here. And
bishop b4 is possible. Yeah, rook a4, rook d3.
Bishop a4, rook a4, and you play bishop c3. And there's
take on d3.
I think bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, this you cannot actually do. This loses a piece.
Sorry.
But after bishop c3, the pawn on d3 is currently hanging, and if you protect it with the bishop, I don't know, bishop e4 or bishop c4, there is bishop g7, and it becomes very sharp. And why?
Isn't the black pass pawn sort of fast too? Rook a maybe it's not that fast. Yeah, the bishop on g5 stops it.
Yeah, but this is the point. You can't actually play d2 because
D2,
you're just losing every single one of your pawns by doing this. So this is becoming double-edged and sort of not in a good way for Veselin.
Also, you probably notice it's becoming quite noisy in here. Normally that's what happens when some event ends. Yesterday someone on Twitter suggested just close the door, but I don't see a door.
Yeah, we would very much like to seal ourselves off, but only an effort of will is available as a recourse for us here.
Yeah, but it will quiet down in a moment. Maybe.
Well, depends on the definition of a moment. It will quieten down eventually, but we honestly don't know when and to what extent.
Is it quiet or quieten? That's an honest language question. I don't know.
I think if you use it with down as the next word, it should be quieten.
Okay.
That's my feeling.
Learning chess and English on this show. What's not to like? So, are we saying Vesely is actually worse in that line? Bishop b4, rook a4, bishop c3.
Let's put it like this. He has the potential of becoming worse, which was kind of unthinkable for most of the game because he emerged out of the opening with a large advantage, I feel. Something interesting potentially is going on in Eljanov Lichau, so let's stick with this. This is now the position on the board. After rook takes c1, I really hope you can hear us because we can't hear ourselves.
I can see people.
Yeah, after rook takes c1, Lichau went for the immediate f4, h5 and g5, which is very brave because you normally in these positions you are very wary of allowing the pawn to reach h6. But maybe it's not a huge deal here because I thought rook d1, but maybe even just playing, let's say e3 takes, rook d7. Mate is currently threatened, but this apparently is still good enough.
Perpetual?
Check king f8, and now you have to play apparently queen d7 with the idea of e2 rook g8.
Whoa, that's too complicated. Queen d7 is the only move that survives?
Well, the only move that is
e2, yeah?
Yeah, just e2. No, this you don't survive, but because queen g7 check takes, there is king f7. That's the only
my plan, but king f7 is a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and in the game after rook d1, Lichau played rook e7, and now he might actually be worse. Maybe not yet, but I mean there is potential here for black to become worse because his king is very unsafe.
There's also potential here for things to become even louder. Sometimes when you think you reached rock bottom, you really haven't.
Yeah, as the saying goes, I don't know if it exists in English or not, but it's a very popular saying in Russian right now due to all kinds of reasons. You think you reach rock bottom and then somebody knocks from below.
That's also clever.
So yeah, it seems like there's a lot of knocking from below going on right now.
Another thing about rock bottom is things don't have to improve from there. You can stay there for quite a while, moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, this position, I don't know what's going on. I'd be afraid with both colors. I'd be more afraid with black because of the pawn on h6.
Yeah, I think white no longer really runs any risks because you will more or less always have some kind of a perpetual.
Hang on, Jon Ludwig Hammer is walking by. Is he going to join the show? That'd be too much of an honor.
No, let's not torture the poor man.
Let's not torture ourselves with expectations that cannot be fulfilled. He's greeting us, waving, but he leaves.
Yeah.
So sad.
Grinning manically, I think, would be a good description of his facial expression there. Yeah. No. A bit of a manic grin there.
No. Carlsen lost today, but he is happy to see us suffer.
That much, I think, is a very fair description. Yeah, sure. So what's going on here? Also, I wanna could you check the times for me because
which times?
Lichau,
New York,
Lichau, Eljanov. I want to know how much time they got left for the 8 moves remaining until the time control.
No, I tried, but I missed the game by 1 click. Eljanov, Lichau. They have
6 against 5.
Pavel, 5:34 for Lichau. Not a lot of time.
Yeah, and the move Lichau made is being somewhat severely criticized by the computer.
It's the most natural move, though. You want to build a passed pawn to assure yourself against mating attacks.
Yeah, but here after fe, queen c4 check. This is
that's a nasty little check.
Yeah, very findable actually because and sort of in the blitz game, you really want to play king f7 here to make sure you have the g6 square available to you for later use. And after f3, I think takes queen c4 check. If you play rook e6, rook d5 is probably very, very strong here. Yeah, we are working in a somewhat hostile environment right now. We apologize if it translates to a less than friendly.
Hostile. I see lots of very well-behaved, friendly Norwegians around us, so I don't consider it hostile. It's just loud. We are in a concert hall. In the lobby. Is it a lobby? No, we're on the first floor, but it feels like the lobby. There's a bar right to us. It's really nice, but there's lots of people.
Yeah, I don't know if you call this the lobby, but it is a large meeting place, and people are meeting and greeting and also eating and drinking. And
let's go on a break. It's too loud even for me. We'll be back after.
But this is the time, Shovel. This is the time to commentate.
That's true.
And by the way, Pavel went rook d5 instead of queen c4 check. And apparently right now, the only move that doesn't lose is e3, e2. And I wonder if Li Chao realizes this.
Yeah, he's gonna spot it. He's clever.
Because surprisingly, in this position, white cannot give a check which picks up the rook immediately. And therefore, you have to drive the king sort of towards the e5 rook. And after that, you more or less have to give a perpetual. And I'd be actually even slightly...
Sounds doable to me. I'd be scared with white to lose.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. It feels like, let's say the machine says queen b6 is a draw, but I'd be very curious about some positions like this. Queen e1 and push the g-pawn.
Five more minutes till I made the time control, then we're going to break.
Yeah, but the machine is unimpressed with my attempts to win this for black, so I guess it doesn't work. And Li Chao does play e2, so a bit of a very dramatic two-ply. White could play queen c4 check here and probably have a reasonably large advantage, but after rook d5 e2, the game should end in a draw. White will take on e5, black will recapture. There are no immediately winning checks. Also, I mean, it's very important that after queen c4, king f8, there is no queen f4 check. Otherwise, if this was legal, white would win, but it's not possible, so should be a perpetual.
Where's my noise cancelling headphones when you need them? I have some headphones.
Yeah, in the Berlin endgame, MVL played f3 instead of the move the machine was suggesting, which is kind of understandable because playing bishop b4 and forcing black to pick up on a4 with tempo is not particularly human. But after f3, the game is once again very level. Black can, for instance, play d2, rook d2, bishop takes.
I'll try to switch you on my cell phone with with speakers so I can hear what you're saying. But I'm not sure it's going to work.
Yeah, we're very tech savvy in here. Jan with his...
You see how my speakers match my tie? Like,
yes.
I'm a fashionista.
You are most certainly a fashionista of some sort, and you also have all kinds of imported hardware. D2 has been... Okay, so I think we should give up the ghost and just proceed under the assumption that you can see us and you can see me opening and closing my mouth. Whatever comes out of it is normally, it makes no sense whatsoever, so we'll just show you positions and gesticulate wildly, and you go from there. Yeah, remise in this game. Very much remise on the cards in MVL Topalov, so very likely that two people will be on +2 tomorrow. Magnus is white. Magnus is white against Pavel Eljanov. Levon Aronian is black against Hare Krishna. Very interesting games tomorrow. And Kramnik is still better against Hare Krishna. Actually, probably winning already, because if he takes on f6, gf6, rook c5 is horrible. And if black takes with the knight, rook c7 seems to sort of win on the spot, because you cannot play this knight endgame. And if you take on a3, rook g7, king h8, rook g6 is also too ugly for words. Yeah. Very likely to end in a Kramnik victory, as we stated earlier. He is back to +1. Hare Krishna goes back to 50%. Why am I the one talking? I can do this as well, almost maybe as well as you can. Why am I always the one struggling against the noise? It's probably because you're the boss. Yeah, should be a draw. Should be a draw. So I think we will reach time control without much more in a way of dramatic twists and turns. This is very equal now. Li Chao Eljanov They actually, no, they're 5 moves away from time control, but Pavel will now start giving checks and will sort of never stop. This should be a draw, and yeah, Vladimir is not going to miss rook c7 in this position, so this is winning for white. With this, I think we'll go on a break and we'll return when the kindly Norwegians are off to enjoy their evening's entertainment.
But maybe white has here a very important move. A4. What is the idea of A4? Now we see that the queen cannot go back to D7, but the queen can actually take the pawn on A4. What's the idea? Because B3, queen goes to B5, and he has no problems. But now, as the queen is on C5, which means that after some time rook E2 or rook exchange on E file is not possible because of queen C8, white has a brilliant idea with rook E4. So why rook E4? Why it's so brilliant? First of all, rook E4 is not possible because of queen C8 and mate. Second of all, queen E4 is also not possible just because white wins the queen and rook cannot take back the rook because it is hanging on C8 with mate after rook E8 and queen E8. But what if black goes queen B5 just as it happened in game? Now we see that A4 square is controlled and the queen cannot attack the rook on E2 anymore because it's on E4. So here we have the previous idea with queen B7. And now queen has nowhere to go. D7 square is controlled and queen on A4 is also not possible. So why not queen A4? Because rook A4, rook E1 and knight E1, rook is just defended. So here black resigned just because white wins the queen or black is mated. I hope you enjoyed this game very much, and now let's see another example. So here we have the game of Michal Chishin against Kasparov, and Kasparov is playing black pieces, but Michal Chishin has pieces.
Welcome back everybody to round number 8 of the Altibox Norway chess tournament. The big game of the round is over already. Levon Aronian defeated world champion Magnus Carlsen, catching up with him in the standings, but there are still 3 running games and we are enjoying the sound of silence or relative silence. So Peter, what's going on in the remaining games?
Well, the position in Lichau Eljanov looks very exciting, but only at first glance. There has not been a perpetual. After queen a8, I'm not sure why Pavel chose such a long square to start giving checks from. He could have, let's say, gone queen c8, king f7, queen d7, and I don't think he is ever in any risk. But he went with queen a8 and queen a7, I guess to keep control of the f2 square. And Lichau jumped at the opportunity to try and push the second pawn. But now after king c1, g3, let's say king d2, g2, there is no immediate threat. There is an idea of rook d7 check. But let's say if I play something like c3 or c4, rook d7, king c2, Black still cannot really make any progress here, apparently.
And if king f8 here, then queen f2 check, and you can't go anywhere.
And you can start giving checks again, and if the king goes towards the other side, you can probably... the machine, for instance, like this move, queen g3, and then starts giving checks yet again. So it does feel like this should be a draw. Black never really risks anything. I mean, after c3, rook d7 check, king c2. Of course, Black can always play just rook e7, forcing king d2. But yeah, equilibrium. Yeah, should be a draw. The game between MVL and Veselin Topalov, I think you can sort of argue maybe Black is optically slightly better, but you're not winning this position. The one weak pawn White has is on a5, and it's sufficiently covered by the bishop on b6. The rook will just continue moving along the second, and Veselin already played rook b3. I think MVL will just take on b3.
Minutes, maybe now.
Yeah, because after bishop b3, yeah, you can't even go after the...
What are the draw rules, by the way? I should know such stuff by round 8, but clearly I don't. They can't just agree to a draw, right? They need a threefold repetition.
I'm not sure. I think total annihilation is also allowed, and this is what will happen in the game, because after bishop d4, Veselin, of course, is not going to suffer after king a5, bishop g7. He went bishop f7,
bishop g7,
bishop g7, h5, and yeah. This is not a particularly exciting position to
Let's stay with it. Gh5 on the board. Bishop h5 looks like a likely move. And something like bishop f6. I'm not sure about king a5. Maybe g4.
Yeah, I think g4 is more precise. Takes, bishop d8, and now you try and press the white king into the corner and dominate.
White could announce here, I'm going to play bishop b6 and then king g1, king h2, whenever it's legal.
Yeah, no, and actually g4 has been played by Veselin. Your understanding of this matters is superb.
Studied opposite color bishop endings.
Yeah, this game will be over in a second, and we'll have the players in for a press conference. It's actually, the final position is not particularly exciting, but it was a very exciting game, and at some point it could get very, very sharp.
In the MVL lap, which happens very rarely.
Yeah. So this is a draw. The Eljanov-Lichau game should also be a draw. Pavel did play king d2, g2, c3. Perhaps Lichau will consider his options for a while here, because he runs zero risks here. But should still be an easy draw for White to make. Sure. And this is the position in Kramnik Hare Krishna. Hari is very resilient, but
two pawns.
I feel it's you could argue it's 3. Knight c7 has already been played. Hari played rook a2.
Is knight e3 a scary threat?
I guess you start with rook e4 here just to avoid all this. Of course you can take on b5, knight e3, king f3, rook, knight g1, I don't know, rook h2.
You're still winning.
You're still totally winning, but improving your rook's position for the time being by rook e4 and then doing the same, I think makes even more sense. I have a feeling after rook e4 the game shouldn't continue for much longer.
Knight d6.
Yeah, rook g4.
Knight c4.
But now I can take. And there's no knight d1, and
that's a fair point.
Yeah, it's less attractive for black. And if you
full point.
And if you go knight f5, I can play something like rook g3. And once again, something like this. Although Hari occasionally tries to continue in these positions, but I think 2 against none on one side against Kramnik is probably not going to be.
And I can see Veselin Topalov and MVL entering the hall, so we should probably scooch over and make some.
I think they're doing TV2 for now, but they will be in a studio in a second.
TV stars.
Yes.
Not just internet stars.
Radio killed. No. What killed the radio star? Something. Video killed the radio star. Correct. Something definitely killed the radio star, but I couldn't quite work out what.
In your house or also in your car? I don't know the lyrics all that well, I have to admit.
Very well played, sir. Seemingly there will be 2 decisive games today. White wins in Kramnik Hare Krishna and Aronian Carlsen. And the standings from what we can see on the boards right now will be Carlsen and Aronian on 5 out of 8, leading the tournament half a point ahead of 3 people, I think, right? MVL, Veselin Topalov, and Vladimir Kramnik.
Sounds about right. Which really means that a lot of people can still win this tournament.
Yeah, and Kramnik and Topalov playing each other, and MVL. Can we just briefly have a look at who MVL is playing tomorrow?
Just briefly.
Yes, very briefly. MVL.
Did you get a clean look?
Yeah, MVL is black against Niels, so there could be a potential pile up at the top there. If the results go a certain way, there could be a very, very serious pile up at the first, and a monstrous tiebreak on the 30th, which will be somewhat regrettable because I am actually flying back on the 30th to play in the Russian clubs, and we will be missing all the action, and I think we'll be replaced by JJ, which is something you should rejoice about.
Is that the plan?
I think so, yes.
But I think JJ doesn't like me anymore after my questioning style of yesterday.
You'll have to live with it, though. I mean,
Hammer, are you free for the tie breaks? No Hammer.
No, I'm fairly certain about that of which I speak.
Before we paint the tie breaks picture, should be announced Magnus Carlsen's white against Pavel Eljanov, and he's going to be trying very hard to win that game.
Absolutely,
and the tournament with
absolutely. I'm just saying there's a potential. There's a potential for even maybe a four-way tie at the top if both Magnus and Levon make a draw. MVL somehow beats Niels with black, and there's a decisive result in Topalov Kramnik, which is not unheard of. Okay, but we do have a press conference. Yeah.
How do we do this? We move over there?
Yeah.
We should let them sit in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I was shooting for. Still an interview in progress.
Are we live?
We are still live.
Да, мне казалось, что это тоже. То есть слон d4. Я так, мне казалось, что и так, и так.
Подождем пока.
Нет, там единственное, что после этого он может какой-то разноцвет или не может. Нет, там, конечно, поле.
I think we're still live.
Yeah. There should be some Russian content on the show, right?
That's only fair, yeah. Is that Russian or Bulgarian you're speaking, or is it?
No, I don't.
Mixed?
I don't speak Bulgarian.
So Russian. You speak Russian?
Of course.
Are the languages similar? I have zero clue. It's similar.
To a degree, but I don't. Let's say a Bulgarian newspaper would present a great bit of difficulty for me. I would understand something, but not a lot.
Gotcha. So are we starting with the game? MVL will.
Yeah, well let's start, and MVL will.
You caught him off guard, yeah? Like King G2 is wrong, maybe, or
I don't like it. I mean, here I think it's like. Let me see.
I checked earlier.
King G2, I just don't really.
Knight D4 was played
of
by
course.
Lead.
Yeah, Knight D4 is because I guess once Black plays C5, then probably Black is a bit better even somehow. But of course, the King on G3 many times runs on F6, and it's not so easy to push the pawns.
And we are joined by MVL. Let's give him a mic somewhere and ask him why he didn't play Knight D4 here.
No, you can't.
Why didn't you play Knight D4 here?
It's definitely a move. I thought just G6.
No,
I couldn't remember exactly.
Black is completely fine, actually. I couldn't remember why, but I can assure you it's this line is not.
There's a line where actually it's not so easy, but I mean, even if I could remember, first of all, I would have played it, and I wouldn't say too much about it, but. I mean, there's definitely something here,
but I mean, the way you played, it seems like by move 20 you were already slightly worse, so or maybe not even
much worse.
Yeah, no, I completely missed A5.
Well, but of course I could also do the same with F6. I mean.
Yeah, but it's not quite the same. No, also I wasn't sure whether I should play B3 or C4. Maybe B3 is.
Yeah, but I somehow,
no,
of course
it doesn't look too good for me, but I mean, if I somehow get bishop b2, knight h4, it's definitely a game, so
but
that's my point.
Even then, I don't really believe.
Okay, I just cannot tell you
what I'm supposed to do,
but definitely not the way you played.
Yeah, that's for
and maybe after f6, I thought probably what you have to do is let's say bishop d2 as only move. I thought.
Yeah.
But then the problem is that let's say here, okay, I don't know this
f4, yeah.
g5 because my idea was probably to play this. Let's say, and then of course sometimes I can, at the end.
Well, I mean it's just a draw here. Probably.
Well, it's probably a draw, but if I change pair of rooks, then it might somehow my bishop could go to c2, but of course it's around equal, I guess.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean.
But so I thought this was your chance.
No, probably. No, I just missed.
Because f4, I thought g5 is a possibility, of course, but it's also not clear what exactly.
I mean, I can just take on d7.
Knight d7?
Yeah, but also, of course.
And king f3.
Knight d7, king f3 seems okay for white.
And in fact, let me see, because in the opening, I was not sure about, for example, the way you played. I thought it was your kind of preparation, this king g2, because there was a nice move, let's say g5, but I thought this is interesting here. Here, knight takes, let's say, something like this. f3 here, g5, and I thought this was your idea. And king f4, and then...
I wouldn't be able to tell you what my idea was. Anymore.
I thought this was nice for white somehow.
But maybe rook d1 first, actually. Then.
Or rook d1 first, and then knight f5, and it's just very good for white. So g5 was...
No, I mean, I have to say, I mean, I wanted rook d2, but I just missed
this move
that
rook
it's
e4,
completely... No, I mean, this is completely lost.
Also, yeah.
Brief interruption, Kramnik has won his game. In the meantime, we're gonna get to that later. Go ahead.
Yeah,
and, because otherwise, I mean, rook e4, b3 is...
Again, I don't...
No, I don't like it so much, but I mean, I have bishop b2 or rook
maybe,
e2 next.
Maybe.
But rook takes.
Of course, yeah. Of
and
course.
this is just rook b6.
I'm coming to b6, yeah, of course. And in fact, I also considered to play this move now.
After b3, yeah?
After b3, but
yeah,
I
but
thought...
I mean, I can just take and
knight g1 move, let's say here.
Yeah, but I can even start with f3 then.
Yeah, but
I just take on a5, I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, or rook here, then bishop goes here and d5, but of course it's... I guess the way I did was very good.
Yeah.
Rook e6,
knight g1,
knight g1, and then of course...
Bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop e5 check is very strong, yeah.
King f3.
No, king f3 I thought...
this doesn't work somehow, I'm not sure why.
Maybe bishop d4 and check, and rook
bishop d4, yeah.
No, actually I could provoke, but then I thought this is like the same, but with the pawn on... and let's say here I was not entirely sure about some kind of position like, let's say, if you put the pawn on h4 and then take on d4 and stay. I couldn't see where my king is but of course it should be winning.
Yeah, no, it's completely winning.
The king goes to c5 and then probably it is winning, of course. Yeah. But I thought you just stay like this, and I was afraid of some checks, which of course probably never happened.
What was the other line? We had bishop e5, f4, bishop
f4 takes f4 is also very strong, but that's less easy to see. f4 bishop f4 king f4 rook g2 is
I can see
computer
something
suggestion.
like that, but it was maybe not exactly this position. But of course, I was considering to play first check and because this also looked like rook a2.
Yeah, because if I play rook f3, bishop c6.
Yeah, of course it's not. So here it still should be somehow winning, I guess. But I don't know what the computer is saying. But
it's pretty forcing.
Maybe I should start with
bishop
b6.
I first wanted
maybe
bishop
I should.
e3, but then I realized bishop e5 check.
Maybe b6 here was good.
Yeah,
and
b6,
now
bishop b4.
Like this. But then of course you play a5.
I play c5 actually.
But okay, I was thinking now maybe g5, no?
g5 I can always, take, and at some point I'll get the bishop.
But okay, if I go d3, then you go king f4, I guess.
No, you take on b6.
Okay, but no, d2.
Yeah, take. Is it so bad?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, should be pretty bad.
With the rook on a.
No, but I mean I can. Okay, let's just maybe a5. Maybe you're right.
Maybe
Maybe
you
a5.
go like this. I thought here. Or a5 and king
Yeah.
f4. But a5, one second, but a5 maybe in this position.
Yeah. No, instead of c5.
Then I probably go g5. So it's not so easy.
Okay, I take on b6.
And then?
I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming.
No, I'm threatening d3 and d2.
Yes, I understand. F3.
Yeah, you have this move, yeah.
Or even h4. I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't be a big deal.
d3, d2. This is my threat.
Yeah, but
and then you have problems with f3, d2, and then you just go like this.
well, yeah.
Yeah. No, of course, b6 is not a move I wanted to play.
And after rook b2, I was considering c5 or b4.
When? No, b4 now. I think it's losing.
Okay.
I think b4 is like. You mean that? I thought here, no?
Yeah, b5.
Go here.
Yeah. No bishop e1.
Yeah, but if I just go d3
Yeah, f3.
and move.
Yeah, and a5.
Yeah, but then what is a5?
I mean, I was not sure about bishop h7 here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. And a5 if I just take.
Okay, but is it clear you're going to win this? I mean, what I did is probably more practical.
I think what
I think
you did was
c5
very
is
good.
stronger. I think c5 is
And
stronger.
I couldn't find. Here maybe it's already. Well, of course G5 was a mistake.
Yeah, I mean after G5 suddenly
You have
I
well,
got
I,
optimistic.
no, but of course what I should play was I should take. Let me see.
There's
Machine goes d2, rook b3, but it should be a draw, I
it's
think.
Yeah,
a draw,
yeah, of
because I
course.
don't lose this.
No, of course I missed all this f3 move. No, actually here I think I should play differently. I don't think
No, I think what you did is good. Otherwise,
No, d2 is an immediate draw, b5,
yeah,
rook
of
a2,
course,
and
of course.
rook a2, rook d1.
yeah, just take on b5 on a5.
Yeah,
and
of
then-
course. It's also
yeah, like this,
it's also a
Yeah.
draw, but it's a rook ending, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay, probably bishop e5 was stronger, but of course, rook a3 somehow I thought it was a bit of. Because do I have another move like?
Probably not. I threatened bishop.
No, first I
C3.
thought I have some move like let me see like bishop c. Yeah, bishop c3. Yeah. No, of course I thought this. But then, of course, you have here and check.
And king f3.
Can you? Sorry. Of course. Yeah. So of course here and then, this is what we get. Yeah. So probably I should have given check.
Yeah, bishop e5. I mean,
Immediately.
it's difficult to maybe work out at the board precisely, but the machine likes it better than bishop d5.
Yeah, and then at the end I somehow got some little
Little
chances.
chance maybe, but it should still be a
Yeah.
draw.
Yeah, I mean my best
Probably
chance
b6 or-
bishop b6 after c6 move g7.
No, you actually you had to play bishop b4 here.
Yeah, I thought about it.
And
Take
if-
bishop c3,
like this.
but
Yeah.
rook c4 was unpleasant.
Yeah, and you, I think, go after them.
After the
Yeah,
pawn.
and rook c5, and I thought I might still.
And bishop e4, yeah, or bishop c4.
Or I don't know.
But I thought about it.
Let's start about with this, yeah,
Yeah, take on b5.
and take.
And then it's
Yeah.
Well, you're
better.
sort of slightly better. It's probably a draw, but you're the
Yeah.
first
Of course,
one
yeah.
starting.
That's
No,
So.
this was my first idea, but then I noticed f3, and I underestimated d2.
Yeah, that was I think the biggest chance you had was this strange idea of giving the pawn this tempo and going to
Yeah,
g7.
no, I saw it because actually I was considering here bishop c4, b5, rook a2, where I have to go bishop
no,
c3.
but this can be dangerous for white, for black. I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, that is true.
But it was the same idea, so I considered this seriously. But of course,
Well,
I
it's
assumed it's still a draw.
Probably should still be a draw, yeah, but
And I
that was.
thought f3 was clever, and in fact, it might not be. Yeah,
No,
because
but I-
probably my only chance is bishop b6.
But
because
one
you have
second
to play
after,
rook b3 probably.
first of all, I believe after, or maybe that's not clear. Well,
you
yeah,
have
it's
king
not
d7
true.
also.
King d7. Yeah, king d7 and always take with the king on c6. Should be a draw.
Because
No,
if
but
I
king
take immediately on
d7,
c6, then the king gets to
a5?
a6.
Rook.
a3. Rook a3.
Oh, yeah, rook
But
a3.
what's and then
But there's no next move, yeah?
king e6 maybe.
But even, yeah,
But I don't have a move.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's definitely asking for too much to look at my winning chances.
So is the Berlin a good or a bad opening? What's your impression?
It's an evil opening.
Evil.
Yes. I'm like the only good guy who's fighting it, but
That's a slight overstatement.
Have you considered
no,
that?
I mean right now.
Yeah, in this tournament definitely.
Yeah.
Have you considered joining the evil guys for a change?
I have in the past, but as long as my Nidorf is faring well, you know.
Come over to the dark side. We have cookies.
Yeah, no, it's
Yes.
it's a nice cookie, but you know, at the same time, it probably would get very depressing if I started to play it all the time with white and then all the time with black.
No, actually, I mean, I clearly prefer the Nidor, but my results are really bad, so it's better to play some ugly opening like the Berlin and not to, you know, I become older, so less pieces are better. Than
Yeah, I'll probably
So is
switch
that your
to
plan? You're gonna
Berlin.
wait for some more years and then switch?
Probably.
Last question. You're both half a point behind the leaders. What's the strategy going into the last round?
Well, I mean, I think Veslin is going to answer the same as me. We have to win.
Are you answering the same, Veselin?
Well, of course. Yeah. If we
I
have
mean,
a,
that's the only way we're fighting for anything sensible, basically.
All right, then. Best of luck for the last round, and see you guys tomorrow.
And we'll probably be joined by Vladimir Kramnik in a moment, who, okay, we're not live, but we still will be.
Yeah, I think we can stay where we are. Vacate the. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We're now being joined by Vladimir Kramnik and Harry, who finished their game. Victory for Vladimir. And Vladimir, your positions after 3-4 moves are getting stranger every game, no? What's going on there?
Well, I mean, G3 and next C3, of course, is quite a way to play, but actually it makes some sense. I mean, I had this idea of playing then C4 and D4. Okay, E3 looks like losing at Embi, but in fact it might be a winning at Embi.
Can we put it on the board? Who's got
this
your mouse
particular
scores?
situation? Because first of all, again, this plan, a pawn on A6 is worse than on A7, and secondly, okay, I need E3 to push D4 here. Yeah, that's the only idea in the position, basically. And here, I don't know if it's really anything for white, but at least, okay, it's quite interesting. Black has to solve certain problems over the board, and okay, basically my preparation was just this, D4, and then we play. I mean, I don't know, what computer says about this position, so, but yeah, I was not sure about D5 move. I mean, I don't know what...
I was thinking about this move, okay, because I mean, okay, if you go bishop b2 or something, I just take and play d6, and maybe, I mean, I can hold this structure. I mean, d5 takes, and bishop f6. It's still unpleasant, I think, because, okay, but this is what I thought.
Yeah, it's logical. You're trying to get knight d2 somehow.
Yes.
But I was considering CD. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, I thought CD was quite
C
okay.
takes d4, e takes d4.
E4, now you've got different moves. Queen c8, maybe, I was not sure.
Queen c8, rook b5. Rook b1, knight e5.
Yeah, I have many moves here. First of all, even c5 should be considered, d5 should be considered, I don't know. Or maybe even, okay, you're not really threatening to take on c4,
Yes,
I suppose.
yes,
So
yes,
I can
yeah.
play almost any move, but I thought, okay, this is possible. Also, I was not sure about d5 here. Just playing d5, but without taking, yeah?
Yeah.
And, yeah, I was not sure if I don't know what is this structure if I play c5. It's hard to say, but my plan was actually to play knight e5 at least first. So, 92. I mean,
ed4.
e4, d5,
And
knight e5, yeah. And if queen c8, maybe c5 or something. Okay, white has some initiative. I mean, it's probably, well, nothing special. I guess computer would equalize easily, but over the board, okay, it's easier to play with white somehow, I thought. But after d5, yes, I mean, this position is... Okay, maybe you should try knight d7. I don't know if it works. I mean, of course, it's very risky.
I saw
but
b4. Before a5, knight d4, I
knight
thought.
d4, but I'm not sure if you just take and take ab.
c6?
I mean, c6 and knight just goes to e5 or something. I was not completely sure about it.
Yeah, queen b6, rook f8.
Yeah, just, I
but I
mean,
just take the
something like
pawn.
this, yeah. But, well, first I don't know if I even play bishop b2. I don't know if you really want to take with a knight, because then I get my knight e5 usual story
Yeah,
with the c6
knight
square.
e5 and knight c6.
Yeah, it's hard to
yes.
say if you really gain much here. I mean, let's say rook c1, knight e5, or knight e5. I mean, still this c6 square is
C6,
typical
yeah.
Catalan structure. It's a bit annoying for black. So bishop c5. Yeah, I don't know why I spent oceans of time here, just because I was, well, hesitating whether I should go for this plan.
Yeah, here I was okay. Bishop b7
Yeah,
I
so
would
that
play.
was maybe not so convincing. I mean,
Yes.
bishop g5, f6,
F6,
and bishop d2 now. Just trying to get bishop to a5. I mean, rook d8, bishop a5 I have. And then maybe e5, bishop h3, bishop a5, something like that. But
I thought rook c8 and knight e5 or something like this.
rook c8. Yeah, I thought a4, just to try to kick maybe this pawn. BA, I don't know, something like this. But it's, yeah, I didn't like to, yeah, your bishop now is too strong. I mean, I just started to feel bishop b2. It's quite an annoying position for me.
Yeah, after, I think bishop b7 is a
Yeah,
bad
bishop
move.
b7 is a bad move, but I didn't see clear way to
No, because
equalize.
h6, knight d4 is
Rook
coming.
f8, let's say, what's your...
Yeah, rook fd8 probably is a move. Okay, I've got quite a few options. I thought maybe this was actually a very dangerous move. Okay, I'm just threatening b4.
Yeah.
And bishop b7, knight g5. I mean, this move is, I don't know, I mean, at least I considered it during the game. Okay.
Knight b6.
Knight b6, maybe.
Yeah, knight b6. So now I was calculating something like
Queen
queen
c3,
c3,
queen
f6,
a5,
queen
yeah.
a5, queen b7. And it looks very scary for black, but I don't know, I mean, maybe
No, just rook c5 and d4.
bishop f3 somehow. I mean, something like this. I don't, it's really, bishop h3 maybe is possible. A lot of options, but I was not e4 you take. Okay,
No, but at the end, bishop d4, no?
you mean here,
Rook d8, rook d8,
c5,
bishop
before,
f3.
Before some tricks, no, probably not. No.
No,
sorry,
it's rook is hanging.
Yeah. This, so
rook d8, bishop f3, queen f3, bishop d4.
I don't know.
I have to
if it
go
works, yeah?
queen b7.
Queen b7, yeah, nothing better.
Yeah. And then rook c.
Well, yeah, rook somewhere, rook c1 is safer, yeah. Well, but even this rook d6, queen c3, I get the c line still.
Yeah,
No,
it's
this is better for white.
Yeah. I mean,
This
but
is
rook
better.
fd8, not necessarily queen c2, but it's kind of tricky move. I mean, really trying. I was also thinking bishop a3 doesn't look good because immediately.
Yeah, e4 is coming.
e4 is quite unpleasant. I mean, immediately. So maybe knight f6. I thought it's
Knight
but then
e5.
knight e5. Yeah, it's quite annoying because it's c6. I mean, let's say takes. If check queen f3,
f3,
and
king
then this
f3, no,
c6
this is
falls.
bad.
this
Yeah, this is typically
bad,
very
yeah.
it is
unpleasant.
very unpleasant, yeah. So somehow I was surprised after rook c1 myself that it's actually not so easy for black. I mean, okay, I knew it's not so easy, but in fact it's very difficult to make a right move. Maybe bishop b6, but actually bishop doesn't belong to b6 in this position. Okay, of course it's not equalizing, but at least maybe to play a move. But I don't even know what is next for black. I mean, white has some options here, but I don't know. Yeah. But after bishop b7, knight g5 looks really annoying. Yeah,
I was
really
thinking to play bishop g2, king g2, knight f6.
Machine says knight b6, but I mean to make a move
No,
like this
knight
is
b6,
impossible.
yeah, knight b6.
Knight b6, but well, just
Knight
somehow I
e4.
thought it looks very dangerous. Yeah, I know if queen h5 or immediately knight e4.
No, queen h5, h6,
h6,
maybe.
knight
Knight e4,
bishop.
I guess the idea is bishop a3 maybe.
bishop
Yeah,
somewhere.
but I thought it might lose by
Yeah,
by
but
force, yeah.
from a human perspective it looks incredibly scary.
Yeah, let's say if knight e4
I guess bishop a3, I don't know, we didn't check carefully.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but I didn't really check it so much because it's clear that here I have a strong initiative, so I didn't really.
There's knight f6? Or
no, knight f6 there was a big problem, like queen c2 or something. I mean it's good. No, knight f6, just bishop f6. I thought was.
No, bishop f6, queen f6.
Yeah, knight f7.
Knight h7.
Yeah, okay. I probably should play this. Yeah, your pawn up, but.
I mean, but knight b6, yeah, maybe, but it looks really ugly. Yeah, but after f5, I don't know if e4 is the right move.
Queen f3 is also probably
Queen
very
f3,
strong.
yeah, queen f3, knight b6 somehow. I thought it's still
something.
Yeah, but a4 I was very tempted to play a4 also. It looks quite nice, but somehow knight b6 I was not sure about knight b6. Couldn't really make it fully work. But e4 it's strangely, yeah, it's very, very unpleasant position.
I think e4 is good.
Yeah, because f4, okay, I think this is a killer simply. Takes f3, I thought, or something like this. Maybe even like this, and then just taking on a6. I don't know. Well, of course I don't have to play it, but I thought it might be even like winning my first. But yes.
Maybe after h6, knight f3, maybe I should take fe4 and play bad position.
Yeah,
knight f6, bishop f6, queen f6, and rook c2, rook e2.
Yeah, rook c2, maybe even this.
Rook d7.
Might even simply
this
lose
is
by
horrible.
force.
This is
yeah,
bad.
because I mean, all pawns are hanging. So knight f6. Yeah, okay. I just thought the most technical way is just to go to this endgame, which is probably technically lost.
Yeah,
I don't know if I played it in the best possible way. I mean, knight h4, of course, also is very tempting. Yeah, but
it looked like what you were doing was.
No,
right.
I think what you did is.
Yeah, it was kind of. I mean, just check, rook 8. It's so bad for black. I mean, the position that simply pawn and knight is very strong on e6. So, okay, the rest is.
No, I shouldn't have taken fg3. I mean, probably it's lost anyway, but I mean, play bishop f6 here.
Bishop f6. But in fact, I mean, taking knight c5 should be not very difficult.
No, because I take fg3, h3 and b4.
You mean you take on a6?
Yes, and b4.
King f3 simply?
h5.
And okay. h5. I thought it should be a win still, but maybe.
Because e4, e2 is protected,
you,
and then I go knight c3, knight a2.
Yes, maybe, yeah, before and h5.
Because I think, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's.
Probably it's lost, but yeah, of course it is. I didn't want to simplify so much, yeah.
No, because with pawn here, I mean,
but
bishop
if I do
c1.
the same, let's say bishop c1.
I think f3.
f3, but I thought this pawn will be lost. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe. I mean, maybe it's even worsening because.
It's just lost.
I don't know, yeah, because I mean, I always play. I mean, maybe you can try to jump, but I always have bishop on this diagonal, and then collecting the guy somehow. I thought maybe. Well, of course I can play king f1.
Maybe
also.
knight b4.
Here, knight b4. Yeah, I thought I just
Rook
go
A8,
here. Yeah,
g5.
G5. I can be brave, of course, but I don't have to. Okay, rook f8 is good enough, probably. But I mean, if I'm brave.
No, then knight d3.
Knight d3, yeah,
and king g6 and rook. Maybe
king g6 and rook g8. Yeah, rook f8 somehow to change.
Bishop b3, king g6.
But still king g6, no?
You mean rook g8? King h7, yeah?
Yeah, rook f8, king
rook
g6.
F8, king g6.
Ah.
And time to take, no? The pawn. Quietly.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Of course, it's I also thought the better chance was to keep the pawn on f4 somehow to try something because fg hg.
No, fg is bad move.
Yeah, I mean now I can do it, but I thought I better just
bishop
in case
c1 is
keep
good,
pieces. I mean, and it's really bad.
King g8 is bad, okay, but anyway, it's lost. I think.
It's very bad. I mean, I don't know here. Yeah, this looks.
No,
this is the cleanest way.
This is lost. Yeah.
So I mean. Yeah, somehow maybe after bishop b7 it got really difficult.
After bishop b7 it's already very unpleasant.
But in fact maybe d5 was not the right move because then.
Yeah, it became very easy for white to, and all the moves are very natural.
I remember I used to play similar positions and Actually, they do this.
They do this sometimes. Yeah,
they do this.
No, but then
b7, queen
here
c7.
that I don't like that I take and maybe knight e5. This can be unpleasant. So then you should have done.
No, but with the pawn on a6, it's okay. Yeah, pawn on a6 is bad.
But you should have made it then earlier, one move earlier, yeah, before this, and then to have after d4 knight bd7.
That is true.
Yeah, but then I mean here, yeah. But before maybe I would go already on e2 here. But this is quite playable. Yeah, d6, d4, knight d7. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like white. It's a bit maybe better.
Because I used to play this. How does it go? Like.
But you always had g6, bishop g7.
No. This variation: e6, g3, a6. Yeah, bishop g2, b5, b3.
Yeah.
And it's actually, I think it more or less transposes to what you got. But for the pawn on e2, so maybe it's even like half a tempo for.
No, it's for black. It's half a
for black, yeah,
of course.
In the game. So, and I think often they just meet knight c3 with b4 in this position. So
yes, yeah.
Maybe it's an option here for black, or maybe actually
so.
here.
Yeah, I thought so. Actually, I think that it's not. I mean, it looks very pleasant for white, but it's not so simple. Yeah, because somehow I'm not sure here about knight a4 because it stands well. Sometimes, but sometimes not well. I mean, here at least you stop knight e5 and then queen c7.
Queen c7 and some kind of a quiet position.
Yeah, I'm not sure about knight e4. I would probably go to e2.
Yeah, e2 is probably.
Yeah, and then this kind of position, d4, knight d7. And
it seems playable for black.
Yeah, it's playable, yeah. But I mean, it also looks like castle is playable. Yeah, it's difficult to choose. For
h3, g4, knight g3, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe bishop b2, then change the guy, and then somehow, but it's maybe pretty equal. I mean, I don't know. I would definitely take white, but I wouldn't mind being black here also. It's very normal position, yeah. But maybe it was a better choice because somehow here it's becoming more difficult for black. I mean, in a practical sense. Objectively, it's probably still okay, but in practical sense, white play becomes quite easy here.
Okay. So,
how's the last running game going? Are they still playing?
Whoa.
Tell us.
The pawn queen. How did the pawn queen?
Winning, no? Or not?
I don't know. There are lots of checks, yeah.
Queen d7.
Queen e7 and queen e8 draw.
Queen d7, queen.
Queen e7 and queen d8 check. Yeah, it's a draw.
There must be a perpetual.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, but at some point maybe I'll just take on h7 the pawn, yeah, and then we will fight.
No, you'll get mated, but
no. But when you go to e4, for example, yeah, it's just
e5. I don't see a draw anymore. How did this happen? Because
but was it a draw? I mean,
I mean the machine said it was a completely equal, but
completely equal. Yeah, it was a very strange. But I didn't understand after king d7 if you play b takes a5. What was the plan? I mean, if you take just to have checks.
I think he wants to do that, but
king c2.
King c2, yeah.
So this is what he did, yeah.
Okay, this was the plan. I see.
Because I don't know, the machine was saying this is dead equal, but yeah, this is an interesting like.
This is draw?
I don't know, maybe queen d2 check, now, and then queen e2, and maybe with this two pawns it's easier to give perpetual. It's hard to say, but it's difficult over the board. I mean, yeah, machine understands when there is perpetual, when not, but for human it's quite difficult.
But maybe it's good to have pawn on a5 than on b5.
Yeah, it's difficult to understand this. But now, well, let them play. I mean, that's my suggestion. Let them sing.
That's a fair suggestion, of course. Yeah, but
we don't have to, but they have to.
That is true. All right, thanks for coming in, and very exciting. Yeah, we didn't discuss the tournament situation. I understand you've had your own game, but. With Levon's victory, everything is suddenly wide open. Yeah?
Very I mean, I don't know. Today's game of Levon with Magnus was very strange. I mean, my only explanation that Magnus was celebrating too much yesterday because his play was really. I'm sorry to tell, but so bad. But that's what I thought. I mean, he got a bad position so quickly. I mean, it's so uncharacteristically.
Yeah, it was a strange game from him.
Yeah. So I thought maybe he had a terrible hangover.
Probably not, but yeah.
I'm just kidding, yeah. But I mean, yeah, it was a really strange game, and now, well, there are many people who has chances even for first place. I mean, I have the list probably of all who are on +1 and more, but still there is a theoretical chance. It's becoming exciting.
Yeah, but it's definitely a more exciting last round now than we thought, let's say, yesterday evening.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. All right, we'll let you go, and you have a last game to prepare for. Everything still to play for in the tournament, and
tomorrow 9 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just,
actually,
checking
that
you
was
guys
the
know.
question I wanted to ask.
Still,
If it's
same time,
still
same time.
Yeah.
Same time.
Okay, excellent.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Until recently...
I think I'm back on air. Welcome back to the final part of today's show, round 8 of Altibox Norway Chess. There's one game still going, and Peter and Jan were about to figure out what's going to happen, but I'll just take a quick slot. The Twitter sphere has been very active, but mostly just about the game of the day in which Aronian beat Magnus Carlsen. So I'm just going to read out a few tweets to you about that game. So the first tweet from Tarjei Svensson, taken from Aronian's interview with TV2. Aronian said, "It feels great to win in a moment where you should fight. This was not Magnus' day." Yeah, very strange to see Magnus lose the way he did today, especially after yesterday's win. It felt like roles were very much inversed. Still struggling with noise a bit here, but hopefully you can hear me fine. Then the next tweet from Chris Galt. And Magnus breathes a sign of relief after reminding himself that Aronian isn't the challenger. An interesting tweet, and would be interesting again to hear Magnus' thoughts on that. Would have been interesting to see, of course, a Magnus-Levon match, but I think the match we have is going to be a good one too. Then two tweets from Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdal. The first one, the curse of Stavanger strikes at last. Total disaster for the champ, and Aronian rolls into shared first. And then he followed that up with a tweet an hour later saying, "I guess the rational explanation for Magnus' loss would be relaxing after a big win and a big lead rather than a curse." We shall see. There's still one game to go. Magnus will have the white pieces tomorrow. As the guys told you earlier, there's still a lot of possible scenarios, and tomorrow will be very, very exciting. Then a tweet from Grandmaster Daniel King saying, "From chess god to chess plot. Magnus, where did it all go wrong?" That will be something for Magnus to figure out tonight. Hopefully he will be back at his best tomorrow for the last round. And finally, a tweet from Grandmaster Ian Rogers, who is still in the building with us, and he tweeted saying, "Since switching to a 2001 pair of glasses, Levon Aronian has gone from 0 wins in 6 games to 2 from 2, including defeating Carlsen today." I was quite surprised when I saw the tweet, because I thought I had seen Levon with those glasses a very, very long time ago, but I wasn't sure. I tried to even Google this and look it up, but I couldn't. So thank you, Ian, for confirming this for me. So that's it for the tweets from now. I told you earlier that I would try to get Markus Rager in here for an interview. He didn't make it today, but I talked to him, and he will be with me tomorrow in the part 1 of this show. So tomorrow around 5:30, the last round will start at the usual starting time of 4 p.m. Central European time. So around 5:30 I will be joined by Grandmaster Markus Rager, who is here as the second of Hare Krishna. So if you have any questions for him, you have a whole night to let me know. Just use hashtag C24Live or hashtag Altibox Norway Chess. That's it for me for now. I'm going to hand back to Jan and Peter, and they can talk you through the last game of the day. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody. We're being joined by Swedish Grandmaster Pontus Carlsen, who is here to harshly criticize his compatriot Niels Grandelius. How did you like Niels' tournament so far?
Well, I think that part was not in our deal, you know, about me joining the show. But
my wording was, do you want to join the show on trash talk, Niels? I'm sorry, I changed one word.
Okay, sure. No, I think actually, you know, he's, of course, you know, newcomer, and he's of course struggling a bit, you know, because the level is really high. And I think, you know, so he was set up really nicely with a nice introduction to the top level chess with black against Kramnik and Carlsen, first two games. So I think, you know, he's been doing quite well, I think, after the circumstances.
What I've been impressed with, not only his fighting chess, but also his spirit seems completely unbreakable. It doesn't matter if he loses, misses chances, he's always happy. Do you know the guy? Is he always like that?
Yeah, he's very positive. And the thing is that he really enjoys being here and playing with the top guys, you know. And of course, it's first time, so it's difficult. But he expected to lose some games, you know, of course. And I think he had also maybe some chances against Li Chao, but he's very tough in the defense.
Yes,
very tough guy. I mean, I remember this game in Gibraltar against Harry, where if he can defend that position, you know, that he had there for hours.
I don't remember that one. I don't follow chess as closely as you do.
Well, I was playing that tournament, so that's the reason why. But it was a horrible position, and he managed to defend it 4 hours or something. So that position against Niels was, I think it was
piece of cake.
Yeah, a piece of cake.
Do you still play chess? I haven't seen you play as much as you used to.
No, I don't play so often. I play some games now and then in some leagues, like Swedish league and so on.
What do? Do you find honest work?
Yeah. Well, I'm an economist, so it depends on what you mean by honest work. But I'm a marketing guy, so I work. I'm an economist in marketing and finance.
We had some discussion in Qatar with Pontus, and I think describing his work as honest work is an overstatement. But yeah, it is work. it definitely is work. But yeah, honest, I'm less sure about it. Exactly. There are some stories he could tell if he had more time. The viewers would really enjoy. But yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
What about the Swedish national team? Is there people? After Niels, you're not so active anymore. Emanuel Berg doesn't seem so active anymore. Where are the young guys? Are there any upcoming?
Well, Emanuel has 6 kids, so of course we have a future. We have a bright future, and I'm sure he will get more. So we are hoping for.
So you can fill maybe 2 teams, yeah,
exactly.
Boys and girls.
But they probably go for soccer, because he's almost have a full team. And no, but to be serious, yeah, we have some guys coming, but they're really young, if I put it that way. So we are in some period where we are like trying to find some way to get some talents, up to grandmaster level and so on first to start, and then because Niels is a bit lonesome there, I would say, at the top right now.
Yeah, also he's already 22. Like you need some fresh blood.
Yeah, but once again, Emanuel Berg is working on this. So we have big hopes in Emanuel and Niels.
But seriously, the talents are 12, 13 years old, and it's going to take a while till they're...
Yeah, even younger. You can say also some months. There are some good ones, but of course it will take some time before you will hear about them.
Let's briefly interrupt with some chess, because we were wrong earlier, trusting the evil machine.
We were just
gave 0-0. This is troublesome, yeah?
Yeah, I think to begin with it was a draw, but I think Pavel should have given closer checks. I think A8 and A7 and move 36.
Somewhere here, yeah?
Yeah, you should go C6, D7, because I think even D7, to be honest. Maybe C7 is also fine, but just go D7 here. D6. Although, yeah, this is kind of... No, C6 here, sorry. C6 here.
So you can go to F3.
Yeah, so I can go to F3 if you go rook E6. And King F5, Queen F3, King G6, Queen C6 once again, and I go to H1 if you go to H5, and this works. But Pavel, it was very, very unlucky for him, because it's move 35, he was very short on time, and after the, very rapid change of scenery, because if we go back to move 33, he is better here. I mean, if he goes Queen C4 check, he is the side pushing. And he missed E2, and to sort of properly reevaluate what's happening and get readjusted was probably not that easy. And it seems like we were still saying that the position with the pawns on G2 and E2 is a draw, but that probably was just a mistake.
Yeah, because this plan to bring the king over to the queen side and sort of hide away from the checks to free the rook was
we trusted the computer evaluation too much, which is something...
First time in my life.
Yeah, would never happen, but we were slightly distracted by everything going on around us. Yeah, this plan of playing King D7 and then Rook D6 check, Rook G6. Just let's show what happened after G2, let's say. Move 41, yeah. The machine at this point was still saying 0-0-0, but King D7, I mean Rook E6 first before.
Did you have some other setup with the pawns or something like this that could
not
facilitate
really. Doesn't seem like that. And basically, whatever white does, black goes Rook D6 check and Rook G6, and one of the pawns queen.
Yeah.
And it seems like there is no perpetual, and Pavel is trying to find the best way to create problems. And currently, I think after Queen F4 check, if you play not King E7 but King E6, there's no way forward, maybe. But after King E7, I don't see how white keeps the checks going. Because Queen E5, Rook E6, I think wins. And
so we're expecting Li Chao to win, is it?
I think this should now be winning. Yeah.
Queen C7 is the only move. No?
I think Queen C7, but then King E6, and then I run to the F file. I force you to leave the F4 square is very, very important.
Play Queen E4 check.
Yeah, but now I think you can go...
you're totally out of checks, huh?
No,
after a while?
not immediately, but
I'm still very confused. Looks like there's checks all over the place.
But what about if you do, and if you do rook e6 now?
yeah, I think
Don't
they
want to
should.
give this, no?
But I think they should
Yeah,
win because you'll give mate. King f6,
I have
queen
check.
h8, king f5.
I'll just keep giving mindless checks.
Yeah, queen g6 wins here immediately.
Ah,
so
of
you have to
course,
play
yeah.
queen f8. But after queen f8, I think I go rook f. No, queen c8. I forgot. No, queen c5 would be a bit of a mistake. But
Practical chance, queen c5. It's 50-50.
yeah, I've seen
You
this.
see, this guy I haven't played for many years.
Yeah, I've seen this done. In
He's only on ICC, you know. This.
Yeah. No, hang on. After queen
Just
f8,
24.
after queen f8, maybe we can go king e4, but then h7, and we have no rook e2 check. No, move before 57. King e4 actually stops the checks, but after h7, we also have no checks.
But why can't you play king
queen
e5?
h2?
And what's wrong with king e5? Also?
Where?
Instead of king e4.
Well, there's queen b8. I wanted to stop. After king e4, there was queen a8 as well. So.
But can't you just zigzag down to? I mean, if you go f5, e4, f4, e3. What is?
King f4 here.
Yeah.
Queen f8. It's actually trickier than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, queen c5. Yeah.
I like queen.
But if you go to queen g8. Yeah.
Maybe in the current position you go rook e6, the one they have on the board, rook e6 and king d6 maybe. And checks do run out, but white will play h7, so it's kind of tricky. Queen d3 check, king c5 I can play, but after h7 I'm not sure if I'm winning or losing,
There's
to be honest.
there's also queen f5.
Sorry, queen f5. Yeah, I'm
So
going slightly
it's-
mad
it-
here.
This move is.
Yeah.
And then back to d3. This is.
It's
I
actually.
like white's drawing chances, at least in practice. Looks like I have lots of checks.
Let's briefly have a look at the times, because it might become very, very relevant right now.
It's not so clear.
Hang on.
Hanging on.
Trying but not succeeding in operating your touchpad. So
Yeah,
8
down if you
minutes.
touch on the left side, it's left mouse button, right side, right mouse button.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
This is German instruction.
So actually, apparently, you should now suddenly run back towards the. I mean, currently King d8. The machine says is very.
Yeah, but the machine is too good in such positions. Over the board, this is still anybody's guess.
But yeah, Lichao has half an hour now, so he should actually work this out, because white was previously checking on the dark squares there, and now after king g8, white can no longer switch to the dark squares, so it seems like it's winning on the spot.
You go to a7, no? That's the idea.
Yeah, king
no?
g8, queen a8, king c7,
and then
or like this, queen b7, king b6, and you don't have queen d8 check, so it actually finishes the game more or less immediately.
Smart
yeah.
move.
I'm not following queen d5. Where do you go?
King c7?
Yeah.
Queen f7, king b6,
yeah.
and we're out of checks.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you need to have queen d8 check here.
And also, if you go queen e5 and then you go rook d6, no?
I guess, yeah.
And then queen e7, rook d7, queen e5, rook king b6. Or, no, king b7, I mean. And then king to a7, and then you're out of checks.
No, this would be a mistake. This would.
No, king,
I'm just looking for ways to blunder the queen.
king b7. Because they're not.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You gave me the mouse.
Exactly. Yeah, I was about to ask who gave you the mouse, and then I realized it was.
Do you
me.
allow kids in the studio?
Well. Yeah.
You don't allow coffee in the studio.
Kids with privileges. Yeah.
And where's Trent actually?
He's very busy managing.
He's in the States celebrating the victory of his protege. Is it a protege or?
I think it's. What is the Sith version of Padawan?
I should know, but I don't.
Yeah, I can't think of the word either. Are you a Star Wars guy?
No, not at all. Not at all. Do I look like a Star Wars guy?
Is there some way to tell without asking, or are you suggesting it's?
I was hoping for you guys to say no. I'm just looking for some support. Yeah.
So you're saying all Star Wars guys look nerdy and horrible while you're
Well,
businessmen?
I think you probably can't see them because they have these masks and.
That's a fair point. I don't think it's because of the masks, but I don't think they show up much. No, I'm also not a big fan, but I still can't think of the word. The Sith students, someone has to know this. Where's Twitter when you need it?
We could look it up, but you know.
Anyway, Lawrence Trent is drunk with success, and not only with success in the United States of America right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our thoughts go out to Lawrence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and what nice thoughts they are.
Pontus, another question for you. Have you influenced Niels' slightly strange opening tastes? Like, he likes the dragon and e4, c5, knight f3, knight f6. I know you're also a dragon guy. Is there some Swedish national team training camps where he picks up this stuff?
If I put it this way, you know, from the start, you know, when I mean, if you go back like 6-7 years ago, I was giving Niels files. You know, I mean, I was showing him stuff.
Right.
Right now, we don't have the same relationship anymore.
No, I understand that, but still, there are some. Must have been some very bad influence somewhere along the way.
Exactly, but probably I have had some bad influence, you know, 6-7 years ago, and it takes some time to get rid of it. You know. But no, he's in general he's quite aggressive player, you know.
That much we hear.
So, and I think he plays quite interesting chess.
So there's no doubt about that. But.
So of course, you know, the dragon is quite interesting opening and not entirely correct in all senses. But like you said before, like practical game, it can be very interesting. And then go in Jones maybe will not agree with this also. I
think even he agrees. The more you look at the dragon, the more you understand what a terrible opening it really is.
Yeah, I remember I had many preparations where I was like objectively probably losing, but you know.
And Garry Kasparov wins his first competitive game of chess after.
Whom did he defeat? Wesley?
He beat Wesley in the first round of the Blitz.
I thought Wesley might be nervous first games facing Garry.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption.
But
I think it's about to get very, very noisy.
Oh, the concert is over. Yeah. That means break time.
But he was losing quickly, I think. Yeah, I saw the opening.
We weren't following the game, but
it was Scottish. It looked really bad for Black quite early.
Oh yeah, he seems to have misplayed it quite badly.
Yeah, I already hear he's really not doing well.
Yeah, this is not what you want to get in a Scottish.
People can't see that position. But yeah, the concert is over, so we're gonna go on break and we're gonna be back with the final press conference once these guys are done. Else, I have some material on the Jungle Book and stuff. Thank you so much, Pontus Carlsen, for joining the show. See you guys in a couple minutes.
Thanks.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought
Hey there, this is Svidler for Chess24, and the video I mentioned in passing as an idea when I was recording my videos about the Queen b3 Grunfeld. A video I thought might be interesting as a kind of a infotainment. It's going to be somewhat less chess heavy than the opening videos in this series, but I thought it might be interesting to tell you about the 3 games I played in 1999 in pretty much the same line of the Grunfeld against the 3 world champions, the reigning world champion, the ex-world champion and the future world champion, and in general to tell you a little bit about how my 1999 went. I know it was a long time ago and has no particular relevance, but well, as they say, it's my series and why not? And the chess content, I think, is quite interesting. All 3 games are fairly remarkable in their own way, and let's see how this goes. I'm not quite sure about this format myself, but this whole project is new to me, so this might turn out to be fine as well. So let's give it a shot. 1998 went quite well for me. I did okay. I finished fine in my first ever Linares, tied for first in the Russian Championship, as was my norm in those years. Not anymore, but in those years I was very, very consistent in the Russian Championships. And I got quite a lot of top-level invitations because I was the new kid on the scene, and people were interested to see me play in the top events. And the first top event I had to prepare for was Vike in January. And I went there with very high hopes. I thought, you know, this is my chance to shine and I should be playing well, because I could remember playing well pretty much throughout '98. And Vike was the first tournament where the pattern was something I was completely unused to in those years, but which I came to recognize and sort of accept as my own in the future years. That is, out of the 13 rounds in Vike, I won 1, lost 1, and made 11 draws. And towards the second half of the tournament, I was playing pretty much kamikaze chess with black, because I was going more than slightly mad with all the drawing I was doing. And yet, even when I played the lines I knew were almost losing by force, I would still make a draw somehow. And this drove me mad even further. The one game I won was against my current colleague Rustam Kasimjanov, who was also playing. Press conference of the day. We're joined by Pavel Eljanov and Lichao. Their game just ended in victory for Lichao. Very difficult game, I guess. Yeah, yes. There are lots of complications. So, tell us something about your thoughts.
I think I was so lucky. I mean, final position, and I just want to draw, and finally I think maybe I have some chance to win. But in opening and here, I don't know how to play. I mean, here, I can't play G5, right?
G5? No,
yeah.
G5, no, I don't think so.
Okay, so grab D6 and...
you have H5, interesting, I mean, after 95.
After what?
95?
95.
Move 8, yeah.
9E5, right?
Yeah, here.
Okay. I see this, but maybe...
H5 here?
Yes, H5.
And sure. maybe I thought maybe H3, I should play H3, then F6, and I should sacrifice the pawn, but okay. I mean, black should be okay, clearly.
Yeah. Maybe I should play H5, I don't know.
After F6, I think it's just better for white.
Yeah. I saw this idea, but I think I can hold this position, but here and when I play F6, I saw I can play something like Queen D5, and I think I can. This Queen very strong on D5, and I think I can hold. But Queen B5 very strong. I think I miss this.
Yeah, I have a lot of. I mean, possibilities. I wasn't sure also. I mean, knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4.
Knight d4. No, here you can maybe take on h2. Maybe king b1.
King b1 as a computer.
And then c6, but I didn't see how to break through them.
Yes, I think if I can hold this position.
Yeah,
okay.
King b1, king f7. I thought you should play. And,
yes. Knight d4.
I didn't see in variations how to break through.
This one.
King f7, knight d4, take c6.
c6.
Yes.
Not so easy.
Before I can play rook d8 and he can't move.
It looks better for white, but not sure.
Yeah, I mean a6, b5 will come in.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
why I decided to go.
Yeah.
After queen b5, computer suggested king f7. But
Yes. But I'm a little bit afraid of something like knight d4. And no, sorry. Queen b7, sorry.
Yeah, a6 apparently. But this is difficult to find. But this is what the machine.
This one?
Yeah, takes. I guess rook. Probably rook b8, rook hc8 or something.
Good idea. Okay.
But this is very, very computer-like. I mean, it's not easy to see.
Yeah, if I play castle, if he play queen b7, I want to play knight b4. So that's why I'm afraid of that position. Knight d4, queen a2, e6, some will come in, and so that's why. But after king b1, I think maybe I will lose. I don't know how to play. He will play knight d4 and queen b3.
Yeah, I didn't see also. Maybe a5 stronger, I mean, practical idea.
Yes. I was lucky, I think. Take, and
yeah, here I can take, but actually I didn't. I wasn't sure. Rook b8.
Yes, and b5, take.
Takes and king f7.
King f7, yes.
It looks like there's some compensation for that. So maybe white is better, but okay.
Yes.
Not sure.
And after queen b6, I think I can hold this.
Actually, rook d8. This is I didn't see somehow.
Okay.
Somehow I thought you play king f7 and then h4 maybe. It's very big advantage for.
You mean if I don't play rook d8, king f7 and
h4, for instance, yeah. Somehow rook d8 I didn't see. I don't think.
Okay.
So what happened later?
Now it's not so clear. I didn't see. What to do.
And you know this position a little bit like Greenfield. I mean e5, that position, you know.
Yeah, d5 I should play here probably. Takes.
Queen b7, and here I think I have some advantage, but I think I played too bad. Maybe I should play this one.
Yeah, but still it's hard to say. Bishop e3. I mean.
This one?
e3 maybe. Not safest. No, bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
It's hardly, I mean, advantage because of your king. I mean.
Yeah, the machine said it was almost equal, or maybe completely.
Equal?
Yeah, machine says equal, but I don't know. It's a very tricky position to understand. Like maybe h4 here or something.
Queen e5. That's my idea. Yes.
Maybe bishop c1. I don't know.
Or maybe rook d1 after queen e5, like h4. Queen e5, rook d1, then bishop d4 if you play bishop g7.
Rook d7, rook d8. No chance. Take and c3, something like this. Yes.
Okay, no, yeah, it's unclear.
But I think I played too stupid because here first I want to play queen take, but I think you play rook d1, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I forgot this. Before bishop a3, I think maybe he will play take and f4 and push to e2, and I think black can hold this position. But I forget he can play rook d1, so that's why I play f4. But we don't have enough time.
I don't know. It looks like advantage for white.
Yes.
Well, to begin with, I think you could hold because here, like in this position, I think you should play king f7. And at least this is what the suggestion was, and it seems like you're still okay. But
maybe rook d5. Afraid of this.
Rook d5. I think queen somewhere. Yeah. Like
what was in the game?
Here you should give a check. Machine says.
And queen e6.
And for some reason this is very strong. I don't really understand why. But this is what it says.
This is computers.
Yeah, this is what computer says here.
Queen e5, rook d5.
Yeah, now queen e5, rook d5 wins. But But maybe you can just give this pawn if
Yeah,
e2,
but
queen
what if e2,
g6, and I don't know, king somewhere.
Yeah, that's line I saw actually. Yeah. Check on h7. You take on h7. Yeah.
But maybe just rook e1 and this one is hanging. And
2 checks and take on h7.
Sorry.
Queen h8?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
This I didn't see it.
And then
No.
and then rook
Okay.
e1 in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So this is what it was suggesting, that here you're suddenly better,
Yes.
and this should be a draw. But maybe from a practical standpoint, already black is. It's easier to play with black here.
I mean, of course.
Yes, but I think I'm not sure here you want to win or.
No, I didn't see how to win, but okay.
Okay.
I felt I'm out of risk.
I think maybe something like queen c8, queen c7 should be drawn.
Yeah, this is probably was a better choice. Yeah, like queen c8 and somewhere like d7 or c7.
Yes, maybe.
It should be raw, of course.
Yes.
Like king g6, queen c6.
No, queen d6.
King g7.
No, queen
No,
g6.
this is I'm not so sure. I mean, this might be like here.
And queen f7.
And no more check.
Oh.
No, but okay.
Maybe h7, king b2. I don't know, but.
Rook e8.
Yeah. Okay. We hang the. We should never do this. Yeah. King b2. Rook. Yeah. Rook e8. I don't know what this is. Queen g7.
Yes. Okay.
Some kind of a really strange position. I really have no idea.
But if I want to, I think I can play g4 now.
Yeah, g4. Maybe it's okay. Surely black is better, but okay. Not
Yes,
clear
but not so clear. Yeah. I don't know, but we thought this was also a draw, but maybe this is already a lot of trouble for you.
Yeah, but
yes.
Suddenly, yeah.
First, I want to play rook. Something like I know he will put king on d2 and rook d7, rook e7.
What if I just play king b2, for instance?
King b2, g3. You want to take?
Yeah.
Maybe, probably.
No, but it's also, I mean, check. Okay, hard to say.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, the machine would tell us immediately, but without it.
I mean, queen c7. Probably it's winning for black.
Queen c5.
Queen d8.
King d8, yeah.
And then you run. Yeah, rook d7 and you run.
Yeah, but I think it's impossible to hold this white this position.
Maybe it is. Yeah.
I mean, no, black has a lot of defense, different defenses.
But I think final position. I mean, here I'm not sure. I mean, if you play. Yes, here. Maybe queen e5 check.
We thought rook e6 is winning.
Rook e6 is winning, right?
We thought so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
how to play?
check.
King f6. Yeah.
King f6, right?
Yeah.
And.
I think maybe even king f8 is winning. No?
King f8, queen c8.
Rook e8.
The only move, queen c7 and king f8.
Yeah, I didn't see how to.
Queen d8.
Rook e8.
And you just go to h8 and there are no checks.
No check, yeah.
No, queen f4, queen f4. I saw this.
Okay, g8 and what?
King d8.
f7.
And I think it's the same. Maybe come back to here.
But okay, if we go forward now, king.
Rook e7, I can come back, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe somehow we should win.
We come back,
Rook
maybe
e7.
check.
King g6. Yeah.
Yes. But I think I can play this one, king f6, and maybe
Queen d8.
King d8, king f5, right?
Queen d5.
Rook e5.
Rook e5, queen f7.
And king g4.
Yeah.
And I think he can play king d7 here, and maybe king f4. But I don't know, maybe king f7, maybe rook f5, right?
Also king g4 you can
I can play king g4, okay.
No, I think it should be lost. I mean, from practical point of view also. hard to.
Okay.
Over the board, it's almost impossible for white now, even if there is some perpetual somewhere, it looks incredibly
Yeah, I
hard
think
to calculate.
It's difficult.
So, Pavel, my advice is don't share a car with Peter anymore, and that's really the main.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's clearly all my fault.
But I don't believe on it.
I'm grateful for Pavel for not blaming me for this, but I know I would definitely blame myself if I was in a similar spot. We shared the car on the way to the round 2 last days, and
I mean, the only person who is guilty and when you are losing, it's yourself.
it's probably true, but I'm still grateful you're not blaming me. All right, I think it's been a long day, and we'll wrap it up for now. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
And tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European, there will be a very exciting last round with 2 leaders on +2 and 3 people chasing them on +1. 2 of them playing each other.
Yeah,
So
the
Aronian
Kramnik Topalov match.
right?
No, they tied with Magnus.
Okay.
A lot of action tomorrow. Kramnik Topalov, always big one. Aronian, Carlsen. Silvia Danilov is going to join the show. I'm sure he has stuff to say. So tune in at 4 p.m. See you then.